actually live in the Atlanta, Georgia area.
Oh, in Georgia. Oh, I see. But the
Yeah,
difference is also 12 hours. Yeah.
yes, it is. So
So it's
it is no problem. Well,
uh,
that is one thing we know about this profession of midwifery, isn't it? That it's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week
yeah.
profession.
Yeah.
And that definitely requires lots of flexibility from all of us.
Oh, yes, of course. So yeah, you can call it it's a great way to call a day. Yeah. Okay. Mrs. Pandora, before we start the session, allow me to read your impressive CV. Okay, let me share this. Okay, Mrs. Pandora Hartman. She is now as the Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer for GHB Go, specializing in midwifery and maternal child health services in low resource and conflict fragile settings. She is also a fellow of the American College of Nurse Midwives and representative of the North American Caribbean region to the ICM board. She has finished her bachelor in Theta Tau Nursing Honor Society of Nursing from Johns Hopkins University. I'm sorry if I mentioned it wrongly. And the Master in Nursing from the University of California, Los Angeles, and also uh, the Doctorate of Nursing Practice from University of Alabama at Birmingham. She has a lot of experience in midwifery. Before she joined, I have read your CV. She has traveling around the world and has before she joined with the GHPA Go, she was also a consultant working in Bangladesh, Rwanda, Nigeria, Indonesia, Mongolia, and Turkish Syrian border. Is that correct, Mrs. Pandora? You have been in Indonesia also?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Okay, we can wait for your sharing for the session. So I will uh, give the time for you to give the presentation, and after that, we will have a discussion session. Mrs. Pandora, the time is yours. Okay.
Thank you for having me here today. I am honored and delighted to be here with you all. At Chipigo, our universal goal is to save lives and transform healthcare. We know that with a vision and focus on what we want and desire, that is key for population health services and for indeed our profession as midwives. That's what gathers us all here today. We seek a world collectively where women not only thrive, but we want them to survive in this ever more complex world of healthcare. With programs impacting all over the world, I am privileged to serve as the Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer. With 26 years and counting of nurse midwifery experience, having done everything from home birth to hospital to large healthcare center to teaching, I know that there is no regrets. And that one of the biggest beauties of nursing and midwifery is the ability that you will all have as competent midwives to constantly recreate yourselves and doing new things. Thank you for your time here today as we discuss a topic of importance, promoting adolescent health to improve the healthcare quality for women and girls in Indonesia. We're going to dig into this issue, and I may not be telling you anything new, but hopefully I'll be giving you some reminders and thinking about how we move forward as a collective of midwives, because we are the witnesses. We are the ones who tell the tales of incredible and amazing women overcoming incredible odds, as all of us strive continually to make the world a better place. As I prepared for today and thought about the day, it is actually an interesting day to think about, a day of note. You see, I'm an avid reader and I always think about books. Well, what is today? Today is July 14th, still at least on this side of the world. July 14th, otherwise known as Bastille Day. A key day and a part of history that changed the world, led by you. Some of you may read this book online and know this book, A Tale of Two Cities. How does it start? It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was a season of light. It was a season of darkness. It was a spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. Just open this book, A Tale of Two Cities, set in London and Paris as economic and political unrest led to the American and the French revolutions. Sounds a little bit familiar, doesn't it? From low-income countries, transitioning to medium-high and decreasing maternal mortality rates to some days what seems incredible odds to achieving that last mile. I think we can identify with the themes in A Tale of Two Cities, can't we? As we look at this world and our profession, think about the major topic themes of that book: duality, revolution, violence, the central role of women, the aristocrat versus the peasants, or in our case, the hierarchy of a medical model versus holistic health practices at our midwifery. There are also motifs of darkness and restrictions by society, duality. Wow, right? Many of these, when we look at what's happening today, are MMR that some say in the wrong direction, and the facts that you know well about this is a glimpse of today with all of these impacts upon the women. A world in crisis, isn't it? From climate change to ongoing disasters, continual crisis. Well, what do I know? I know that with 52% of Indonesia's population of 270 million, consisting of girls, women, people between 18 and 35, spanning both millennial and Generation Z, I know that you, the youth, are going to shape the future. Why? Because the youth have always shaped the future. The median age of Indonesia is 30.2 years in 2017. This makes women like me actually the old bones, as I'm talking to you, as they call it in my country of origin in Bermuda. What do we know as well? That we talk about the average trend in first marriage in Indonesia from 20 to 21. How does this all tie together? Well, remember I mentioned youth and change and revolution and empowerment. I want you to think about the impact of youth movements. And if we look at the definition of youth in that age range, very young youth at 10 to up to 24 by some definitions and up to 35, it's the youth movements that did what? Change the world, okay? Think about Arab Springs 2020. What happened with Arab Springs that changed the world? I want you to think about the change of Tiananmen Square in 1989. I want you to think about the ending of apartheid in Soweto, South Africa. The Vietnam War, all changes led by who? The youth. So if you think you can't do anything, definitely not, because I will say that history has proven that youth are the future. Midwifery and youth, the world is yours. And we know that when we take a look at adolescent health in Indonesia, yes, there are a few challenges, aren't there? A few things that might require our immediate action: depression, anxiety, disorders affecting mental health and well-being of academic performance and life. We know that there's also the concerning issue of substance abuse, with roughly estimates saying 2% of adolescents having used drugs such as marijuana, amphetamines, ecstasy, and thinking about the health risks, not only immediate, but the long-term health risks to women. We know as well that sexual and reproductive health issues are a great concern to Indonesia Adolescent Health Survey, revealing that 8% of female adolescents are really concerned about physical and mental well-being. We know as well that Indonesia has a political will and commitment, don't we? As it stands as one of the 178 countries globally that have pledged to invest in the sexual reproductive health that is key to what we do as midwives. Because when we go back to 1994 and the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo, right? A pivotal moment that all of us as midwives, it changed our trajectory. And we look at the 25 years and Indonesia's success in making regulations and policies and strategies that promote reproductive health quality and family planning. But we still know we got that little bit of homework left to do, right? With the maternal mortality rate and violence. So that's why we know that as midwives, our job, when we pull together past, present, and future, understanding our current realities, that we must put adolescent and women's health as central and crucial for our society. It must be one of our priorities. As we would say, feed the women, feed the world, bring us together. We know that adolescent health and your impact on adolescent health will directly impact academic performance. We look at a WHO study that says healthy students have better school attendance and grades and better cognitive abilities. And that we know if we prioritize our focus on adolescent health, we can lead to a more skilled, a more educated health workforce, all of which will benefit the economic growth of the economy and indeed of Indonesia as a nation. Doing some more homework, I found some interesting statistics from the World Bank that says investing in adolescent health alone, just the health, can yield to a return on investment of up to 25 times any nation's productivity. 25 times adolescent health. By measuring and ensuring physical and mental well-being, we as midwives can be innovative and impactful in creating that productive workforce and in driving economic change for your country, for your region. We think about social development, health and well-being, and that healthy adolescents are more likely to actively participate in community activities and demonstrate responsible behaviors and contribute to the social fabrics of a nation. Primary health care, active, healthy people. By promoting health, we nurture the individuals who are going to become the leaders and the change makers of tomorrow, isn't it? Midwifery as central, because remembering we do more than catch babies. Midwives, from menarche to menopause, that is us. So having thought a little bit differently about how our impact on adolescent sexual and youth reproductive health, what are the strategies that as midwives, I want you to walk away thinking about? I want you to think about your role, again, in education. Comprehensive and accurate reproductive sexual health education that is going to be vital to empowering women with knowledge and skills to make informed decisions so that they can choose healthier lives. I want you to think about your impact in advocacy, advocacy for reforms in curriculum that are going to provide age-appropriate, culturally sensitive information about things like contraception, sexually transmitted infections, healthy relationships, all topics we know that adolescents in the region want and need to know more about in safe spaces that midwives are excellent at providing, safe space where we are bearing the witness, aren't we? Where they can tell us anything and everything, knowing that they will be protected and honored. I want you to think about the mental health, the affordable, accessible mental health services, the distinctive role that we play in counseling, in support, about your role increasing your knowledge in mental health and in establishing more support services in schools and communities so that we can be instrumental in reducing the stigmas of mental health services in the same way that we were instrumental in reducing stigmas to bring down family planning rates and to bring up rates of use of family planning in both Indonesia and in the world, right? When we think about your ability to provide youth-friendly healthcare services that are going to cater to the needs of adolescents, confidential, non-judgmental care, specialized as we think about sexual, reproductive health, mental health, and integrating all of these into the primary care and public health care that midwives going back throughout the ages have always known. Your role in healthy lifestyle promotion that will impact the world, the future, in encouraging healthy lifestyles for well-being, regular physical activity, diet, nutrition, opportunities for activity. Perhaps ways that you never thought about midwifery being powerful proponents for change, enacting a greater, stronger collaboration outside of the delivery suites, but actively focus with government and community and educators, because you have a role in continuing to promote adolescent health. Regular checkups, screenings, bridging the age gap that can sometimes impede our ability to get accurate and healthy information. Your role in fostering open dialogue. Your role in being the connector to the parents who are fundamental for their child's needs. Your role in providing emotional support and getting the seeking of help when this is necessary, isn't it? Well, we see that your role is imperative, and here is why. Look at this. The unmet need remains. We know that improving and investing in well-being is going to pave the way, a way for a brighter future where adolescents can survive and be meaningful. You as midwives must make it your collective priority to prioritize all of these things that we talked about so that it is both the best of times, not the worst of times. You must ensure and take a stronger role that policy and programming. You are key in self-care. As we look at this new evolving world of self-care that identifies a future that patients and you as midwives and other providers have concepts in their hand that are more people-centered, more friendly, that can support the introduction and uptake and scale up of different self-care interventions, not just rest and relaxation and healthy activities, but we think of some of the things related to self-care and family planning, like self-injectable Depo-Provera. We think about self-care, the approach that is going to be key for you to think about as a midwife in your principles of human rights and ethics and the gender equity that are core a part of our philosophy. That we take into account the individual circumstances and needs throughout a life, including your life. We know that the self-care interventions will exist for your clients and yourself. And if you don't know about this, dig into the WHO platform that talks about self-care and join our self-care Trailblazers group, because we want you safe and supportive as an active participant in your health and the health of the clients that you serve for a long time, so that you can be talking 25 plus years later as strong and capable and able midwives. We want you to be there. What does they say? Nothing for us, but by us as midwives. Nothing for us, but by us. For youth. Remember that adolescents are not just the future, but also the present. That you are both the future and the present of ensuring a better health care. The adolescents and you deserve unwavering commitments from all you come in contact with to create an environment where health and well-being are nurtured and protected. I know that by together thinking outside of the box, to look at the lessons from all the youth movements and revolutionaries who have really gone on to change the world, that we can create a healthier Indonesia, empowered, fullest potential, brighter future for all. The past, present, and future all combined to make the path. I'm going to leave you with the words that came right from Indonesia, from your third president, who might have been in office for less than 2 years, but he had a powerful effect and came to be well known. That quotes are coming from him. I think that work even for us today. Habibie, educated, speaking fluent German, Indonesian. What did he say? He's attributed with this quote, you can tell me if I was right or not in my research, that success is not possessed just by educated people. It belongs to those who try everlastingly. And I know that as midwives, our history shows that we try everlastingly, that we tackle care from a holistic perspective, and that you are the future. Learning from our past to make a brighter future for Indonesia. Because you as midwives will continue to try everlasting to adapt practice, policy, and programs for women and children. A brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pandora. Such an inspiring speech, yeah. Okay, it is, yeah, I think you are very right. So that the adolescent is the leader of a movement in every countries, I think, in decades and every important history. And yeah, we can also agree that the youth is the future of a country. That's why it is very important to promote their health. Okay, for the next session, maybe we could open the discussion session. For the committee, do you have any question in the G form? Or is any of you who would ask something to Miss Pandora directly? Maybe you can open your microphone and speak to ask her by yourself.
And please feel free to ask questions surrounding anything.
Of course. Mrs. Pandora has a very lot of experience. You have, I read from your CV. You have now you are specializing in maternal and child health in low resource and conflict fragile settings. Yeah, Mrs. Pandora. I think it's very important job, yeah. to promote. Okay,
Yes.
mana? Yeah, for the committee. I'm sorry for the committee. Do we have the question now? Hello, hello. Or is anyone who would like to ask the Mrs. Pandora by yourself? By yourself. Okay. Before we continue, or uh, we wait for the question. Maybe Mrs. Pandora, you could share your experience in Indonesia. Have you come to Indonesia?
Yes, I had the privilege of being in Indonesia for several weeks in 2018,
Oh, 28.
actually, and traveled around and actually did a bit of an evaluation and looking and some advisement on what needed to be for midwifery and midwifery schools
Oh.
in the area and the region as well. So I remember that it was a great opportunity to look around, and that's actually when I was preparing for tonight. I was really thinking um, and seeing the need to really reinforce the totality of our role. What I
Mm,
see happening both in Indonesia and all over the world is midwifery is squished into a box because they think of us as just in the delivery suite
mm.
or just to do labor and delivery.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, and that's a problem. I mean, it's a twofold problem in that midwives are not practicing to the fullest of their capabilities, right? So it becomes
Yeah.
a challenge. And then what else has happened is in the issue of burnout. When we look at all the competencies that we are able to promote as midwives, everything from public health to primary health to disease promotion, in many programs, many global experiences, those pieces are kind of left out.
Mm.
You know, we kind of stop between the torso area and think of that
Yeah.
as all of midwifery. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of burnout, the ability to go on and do other sorts of clinics, other sorts of things as a part of women's healthcare actually is also psychologically protective
Mm.
because it's able to give the midwife a little bit of a break. Maybe she's working in infertility, or maybe she's working in any of the forms that are out there. So we got to think about ourselves differently as
Yeah.
midwives. Does that make sense? You
Yeah.
know, when we think about the midwife's role, even in things like vaccinations, right? Women's vaccinations,
Mm.
healthcare, but we don't always think about all of these pieces. I see a question in there that's an interesting question that talks
Okay.
about a cultural obstacle about SRH giving to adult. Okay, well, here's a funny answer to that. Do you know that I can tell you that nowhere in the world is there not an obstacle with talking to adolescents and youth in general about these issues? It's everywhere in the world. And this crosses religion, it crosses culture. There's something fundamental, I think, when we look at what can be sometimes titled the age gap. I do possess that we as midwives are healthcare providers, right? And so we have to do a lot of values clarification for our own selves. How do we even feel about talking to about these issues? Are we comfortable to have a discussion? Or are we still the victims of some of our own biases about being able to talk about some of these things? So I really want, think about even some of the counseling tips and tricks that are out there. And I can say, I'm talking to you as a woman who is, from 20, I won't say I'm an expert in this, but I can say from 2015 till now, currently still working. A lot of my work has been in Islamic regions. So I have read the
Mm.
Quran and gone through and looked at what the Quran says about family planning and FP and SRH and all of that stuff. So I do tend to find we sometimes as midwives are our own biggest obstacle. Because even if we begin to pick apart what is culture, right? By very definition, culture is made up of thoughts and feelings and actions and art and all. So we are also part of culture. So do we see ourselves as safe healthcare providers who can talk about anything to anyone, whether she's 10 or whether she's 60? Or do we feel restricted to talk about some of that other stuff? So that's
Maybe.
my true experience with that. When I begin to really work with midwives about their own values related to SRHR issues is where I find a lot of the barriers. One of my best stories is actually I was doing minimal initial services package training on the Syrian border with there were a bunch of radical imams, right?
Yeah.
And there were the women in the group, the midwives that I've been working with. So of course, I was with a family practice doctor. And he took the men and I took the women, no problem. Yes, we had spent 5 days together doing, looking at some of these issues and discussing stuff, but he took the men and I took the women to do the part that actually dealt with demonstrations of how to use things like the standard beads and manipulatives. Well, 15 minutes later, they're running over to get me to come over to the room with the imams. I was so surprised, because my family practice physician, who was a male, was a little hesitant to talk about things. So they wanted me to come and talk and to demonstrate. So not some of my craziest memory, this is like middle of the Syrian war, right? Before I came to Japigo, demonstrating to imams how to put on condoms. The imams asked me, the midwife, to come over to demonstrate to them because the family practice doctor was not comfortable to. What does that say, ladies? And those imams, we went on to have like contact with them for the next 4 years, became the best proponents of child spacing. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Because wow, I will never, ever forget that experience.
Yes. Wow. In Syria, yeah. Wow.
Yes, at the height of the war.
Oh my God. It's a very interesting experience, and I cannot imagine how you're feeling about the situation, but I think you can handle it very well. And midwife, yeah. I think you are correct that maybe the obstacles come from ourselves, gitu ya. So it
Yes,
is
I mean, we
very,
know there's some external obstacles, but we really have to take a deep dive because when we are in the confines of that examination room, right, with that woman, with that adolescent, it's us and her, isn't it? In a safe space. So what you're counseling her on has nothing to do outside of that space. So really, I encourage everyone. I always talk to my teachers and everyone about values clarification.
okay. Wow, it is very interesting discussion. We can move on to the next question, Mrs. Pandora. We have another question from Mrs. Verina. Mrs. Verina, she asks about how about midwifery for adolescent in America? How the country look for adolescent to prepare them to have health reproduction and become a healthy mother in the future? Okay, yeah.
Thank you for
Oh, yeah.
that question. The sad reality is that when we look at statistics, most pregnancies in the world are still unintended pregnancy, right?
Mm.
But we know whether it's America or whether I'm actually from the Caribbean region, the bottom lines are the same. Some of what I talked to you about, that promoting of youth care, healthy childhood care, nutrition, diet, vaccinations. We know that the state of a woman, right, in the 3 months before she even becomes pregnant, has so much of an impact on how the pregnancy progresses, what her health status is. So it's all that preventive care. You heard me mention health promotion, disease prevention, activity to be of the ideal weight, nutrition, like all of that stuff, education. Girls that finish school have more, there's a circle, right? Girls and women, they finish school. They have more economic empowerment, economic choices, which then leads to the other abilities and outcomes, right? The food and the nutrition, all of those. So it's starting back at the beginning. When it's a small girl, keeping her healthy, keeping her mom healthy. That's really what is the healthy key to the futures of all of us everywhere. So midwives, go back, okay? Go back before pregnancy. Get out of the delivery room. My biography always says this, push past the perineum. Get out of the perineum.
Yeah. So yeah, midwives role maybe. Yeah, maybe you have seen that in Indonesia, the midwives role is, yeah, maybe they didn't realize the wide spectrum for the midwives in every stage of the woman's life. Have you ever met a community midwife, Mrs. Pandora?
Yes, I've been a
Yeah,
midwife that works in the community as well in my career. And in some countries, we've helped to put them. Because remember, midwifery is the same, right? Your
yeah,
competencies are the same.
yeah.
So a community midwife, it's a midwife who works in the community, same way we have a midwife who works in a hospital or a midwife who works in a clinic, right? So it's just our location that can change, but our philosophy should remain that same. Health
Yeah.
promotion, easy prevention,
Okay. Excuse
education.
me. Yeah. For the committee, I think we have uh oh we have one audience who will ask you directly, maybe. Yeah. I'm sorry for the operator. Could you manage the voice? Okay. For Miss Nurul Anissa, maybe you can open your mic to ask the question directly to Mrs. Pandora. Mrs. Pandora?
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Hello, Mrs. Pandora. Okay, my name is Nurul Anissa. I'm from Polytechnic Health Bandung, and thank you for your speech. It's really interesting about well-being in adolescent, and I want to ask you something about it. The question is, what make it different about well-being in adolescent between countries? What the point? The different? Thank you.
The difference?
What is different?
Yes, about well-being in adolescent in between countries.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you, Nurul Anissa. Could you catch the question? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I think I actually look at more what is more similar amongst adolescents in across countries, because I think the similarities are more key for our learning than differences. Because a lot of the differences are more the external influences that could be more of the cultural impacts.
Mm.
But if we think about the similarities, right, we know the impact of COVID. We know the impact on mental health on the 10 to 30 range, from the very young to the older youth, everywhere is huge. In every single country, there's a greater mental health impact. In some of the Asian countries, we might see more of what the suicidal ideation or self-harm, whereas in the Western countries, they may see more of the polysubstance abuse. But the core root you see is mental health. When we look at this as well, we have to think about what is the impact of the brain development in that age range. We're looking more and more of the actual kind of neurons and pathways, seeing that the male brain, for example, the synapses are talking about not being fully complete until they're about 25. So we see similarities to health and well-being. You know what has been both a blessing and a curse for well-being? Social media. Social media. Yes, and when we talk about health promotion, disease prevention, there's a lot of discussion around reducing the impact of social media and reducing that usage of social media. While it has been an active generator of like some positive things instantly, there's also like correlations between well-being of those who are always using social media and their mental health well-being, their physical activity, all of those things being a little bit more down than those who have more of a restricted social media. So that's a similarity that we are finding. We are finding as well, people are just getting bigger and unhealthier, more sedentary, less active lifestyles, starting within those teenage years and going into adolescent. And that is contributing to all the non-communicable diseases that we're having, the diabetes. And so guess what? So you're entering, even now when she's coming to us at 30 or more, trying to be pregnant, she's just less healthy because of all the mental health, the well-being, the social, like all of that stuff. So definitely we're always encouraging get up and get out. Up and out. So yeah, a lot of similarities that actually are frightening, a little bit frightening. There was a recent, you could look up, there was a Lancet commission on adolescent and global health that looks at like what's happening and life years adjustments, and we're seeing that same diabetes, high blood pressure, more cardiovascular incidents, yikes. And of course, as women, that's more worrying, right? Because you know what happens with us in cardiovascular? They don't catch it in us until it's too late.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother research problem that we can talk about, the gender inequity in research.
Okay.
So that's a rapid overview, but if you see, it keeps going back to well-being is so interrelated to all of that there's other pieces as well. So I hope that helps a few insights.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, if we talk about the physiologically, maybe it is the same, the process where the adolescents develop in every country. It is the same, in the same stage. Yeah. So yeah, I think there is another question. For the from the committee, you have the PowerPoint to share for the question. Could you share the questions, or I will read it and from the chat room. From this Ida, what do you think the strategy to reducing the unmet need? Maybe you have the experience to reduce the unmet need case. And for the next question also about the pregnancy or teenager pregnancy. What should this material me? There are a lot of risks of teenage pregnancy. What is the role of midwives to improve the health of adolescents, especially those who are already pregnant? So the rule to increase the already pregnant teenagers. Maybe you have the experience from that case.
Thank you. It's really big questions that we are throwing out there. Okay, I'll tackle the easier one first. Well, none of it is easy. When we do find those who are already pregnant, I know I must sound like a broken record, midwives, but this is really the building blocks and the fundamentals. When they're already pregnant as teenagers, one thing we do know helps, again, a good focus on really we also need to meet the growth needs for their growing bodies and then for the baby, right? So this goes back to a lot of focus on nutritional counseling, not just the what, but practical how. Sometimes people don't know what to eat or how to build the protein blocks. We know that psychosocial support can be challenging. So that's why for over 2 decades now, we've been working with group antenatal care, or we used to call it centering pregnancy. So that's whereby you would take the groups of case matched almost age of years and gestational age, so that again, you're doing some intensive support sessions, antenatal care batched and group, so that you're able to provide a greater degree of therapy and support to adolescents and youth. So it's a great strategy looking at, so you can look up centering pregnancy, and then it went on to be group antenatal care. We do tend to find that by using some of this stuff and the strong nutritional focus, the supportive focus of trying not to have too many care providers, that we did find our babies were bigger and healthier, and that people went to term more. Understanding as well that in some scenarios, girls being married early was normative. So there are some cases where you kind of had to make the best of both of a worse situation, so that if she was married at 13, well, maybe talking about delaying even pregnancy, right? Delaying pregnancy, because the difference between a 14-year-old pregnancy and a 17-year-old pregnancy is huge, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, when we talk about strategies, both psychological, physical, and then addressing what can be some of the societal barriers, looking at it that way, where she's still able to prove, I'm going to see quotes around the word prove, the fecundity, but delaying that, it can make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
So as midwives, we got to think always holistically, think of strategies for everything from mind, body, and spirit. And remember, we are experts at what? Normal. Experts at normal physics. So taking everything back to what are the basic building blocks that we can give to this woman and her family. And they asked as well about strategies for reducing unmet needs. Well, one of the biggest strategies I mentioned when I did the official talking part is really looking at what can you do to provide youth-friendly services, adolescent-friendly service, women-friendly services. What can you do to make them want to come to talk to you as a healthcare provider, for you to be able to provide the safe, excuse me, safe space and hours for everyone.
Okay.
And sometimes it's things as simple as like looking at your clinic hours, looking at the setup. How can you make it better? You saw my children in the friendly setup situation. So I will say our biggest strategy as midwives is that we have to be flexible. And we keep creating strategies that keep you attached to the people that you are serving, to your community, talking to people, talking to women about what they need and what they want. And by pulling that into what you're doing in terms of formal counseling about any topic, you do tend to find it's a greater uptake, and that you do both reduce the needs and then meet the woman's needs. There's another bumper sticker that they have for the American College of Nurse Midwives. I got it as a student. It said, "Listen to women." Simple midwife messages. Listen to women. By listening, we find out all that we need for everything.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pandora. I think the problem in Indonesia is that the midwife is not popular in the youth. Yeah. So the adolescent didn't much know about the role for the midwife as the counselor, or as the that we also could give them education and health promotion, consultation services. So maybe it is our it is our duty to resocialize the midwife's role. It's not only like what you said, beyond the perineum. So yeah.
Absolutely beyond. And I always encourage to think about this, because midwifery is not always It often can be a challenge, like our image as midwives. But we spend, think about this. We as midwives, often you just hear about the fights with the medical hierarchy, the fights with the physicians, right? In terms of getting births, doing this. Yeah, this is a student. So imagine the spaces that we are talking about, women's health more broadly, right?
Yeah.
Do we see any of our other medical counterparts out there doing this? So from a purely practical perspective, why fight for spaces that are already oversaturated when there's so much space of unmet need, right? Go into spaces where nobody is, where services are not. How about for clinical practice? I've done this with students in several occasions. How about we go to the school and teach a health class, have a drop-in session, do some health and weight and biometrics. Is that not what you would do in a clinic? So why have the clinic, them come to the clinic? How about we take the clinic to the school? Wouldn't that be a fun public health clinical?
Yeah, to familiarize the adolescent with the midwives. Yeah.
Yeah, all sorts of, we just have to be more creative and you'll have more fun, I guarantee.
Yeah, of course, Mrs. Vandera, I think it is very insightful. For the next question, from Kalista Permata, previously said that a new culture can change the perspective of adolescents in shaping themselves in the future. It also influenced the view of motherhood. What message do you want to convey to young women for their future motherhood? Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, the question from the committee has been
Thank you.
shared.
Fantastic. The what I would want to convey to young women is the same message that I conveyed to my own daughter. My daughter is 25. That your future motherhood can look however you want it to be. That you are the creator of your future for yourself and for your family, and to really embrace that it doesn't have to look like anybody else's did in the past, that, you know, it's up to us, I think, to let go of patterns that don't work, right? It is up to us to literally, there's a quotation that also talks about being the change that we wish to see. And even when one thinks about motherhood, there's some real creative thinking about this that is going on right now that looks at motherhood and says, is motherhood just giving birth? Or is motherhood more than just giving birth? That motherhood, you can be the mother to many, mother to creativity, mother to ideas, mother to projects that you birth into being. So I think when I think about the future, we have to just have a broader viewpoint and you make it what you want it to be. And know that you will find your people, find your flock. That will be my biggest advice. And that is indeed my advice to my 25-year-old.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, that midwives, the youth is the future of a country. Yeah, and you can be anything that you want. If a woman with the good well-being, and we have to convey that, ensure them that they could be anything that they want, and they could be incredible mother for anything. Mrs. Vandera. Okay, for the next question, is there any next question? Oh, the next question for Mrs. Vandera. I think the question
Yes,
is
we
has
tackle this
already
one.
been, yeah, she has answered the question. So from the chat room, I think the question is already has been answered. Maybe from the link, do you have any question in the G form? DG form link for the questions. Okay. Is that all? Okay. If you don't, if there is no other question from the Zoom meeting, sudah for the committee, the question is already answered. So sudah habis semua, Pak. Mohon maaf ke panitia. Sudah habis semua pertanyaannya? Oke. Baik. Apa kita mau ini disudahi dulu untuk sesi ini? Halo, ya, Afra, kenapa? Ya, for the committee, should we end this session or do we still have time to discuss?
One question.
Okay, from Mrs. Dian, last question maybe. Okay, Mrs. Pandora, Mrs. Dian, would you ask the Mrs. Pandora by yourself? Okay. Kayak bergema mungkin ya, agak keluar ruangan dulu. Bergema. Yeah. This is the situation if we use the blended activity. So some of us
Yes,
they are together in one
flexibility.
room. Yeah. Okay, Mrs.
Flexibility.
Yeah. Mrs. Dian.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Santi. I just say hello for Mrs. Pandora. Hello, Miss Pandora.
Hello.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Dian. I think my question have already answered with you. I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pandora, for agreeing to attend our seminar. We have get many inspiring for us for your experience in America about how about midwife role to improve the health of adolescents. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Dian. Mrs. Pandora, Mrs. Dian is the chairman of the midwifery profession education program in midwifery department. She is the vice committee.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Pandora, for
Okay.
support our seminar.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me and being open to grow this profession, this honored profession that we are all in for the future, bigger, broader, and brighter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I look forward to
and-
staying engaged.
Yes, and I
Okay.
say thank you about your support in our education. GPGO have already give some mannequin and improve quality our lecturer for in
Contraception, yeah.
contraception update about postpartum family planning. Thank you, Ms. Pandora. And GPGO, of course, thank you for your support.
Okay. Mrs. Pandora, it is a very insightful, very a lot of inspiring discussion in this session. I really agree with you that midwife's role is very wide. Yeah, we must not box the midwife's role. We have to get out of the box and do our rules and to increase the woman's health and to go beyond the perineum. So it is very interesting actually, but unfortunately we have to come to the end of the session. I will have to end the discussion session with you, but maybe there is a certificate of appreciation we will give to Mrs. Pandora. We will give it we will share it from the committee. Are you ready, please, the committee, for the certificate of appreciation to Mrs. Pandora? Panitianya yang akan share siapa?
Izin menjawab Ibu, baik sebentar akan di-share.
Ya, gimana?
Izin menjawab.
Ya.
Sedang dicoba untuk di-share.
Oh, baik. So, Mrs. Pandora, again, we really appreciate your speech for today. It is very very inspiring us to be a better midwife. I think the audience in this seminar is from midwifery students, but also practitioners. So I hope this will give them motivation. Okay, Mrs. Pandora, this is
Thank
the
you for
certificate of
having me.
appreciation.
Enjoy the sessions. We are the future.
Yeah, we are the future. Yeah, midwives is the future. Okay. For the committee. Okay. Mrs. Pandora. Yeah. Thank you again and good night. Have a good rest. In Atlanta, Georgia. Maybe you can come to us when you come to Indonesia. We live in Bandung, so you could come to Bandung Midwifery Department Polytechnic Kemenkes Bandung. Maybe we could do some this further discussion, or maybe we could do some research together, Mrs. Pandora. I am very excited if you willing to work with us. Okay.
The options are endless, and we will definitely stay in touch, as I know you're in touch with our amazing staff there. We have much to do. Together we are stronger, right, ladies?
Right. Okay.
Together much stronger.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, Mrs. Pandora, this is the souvenir and the
Oh,
certificate of appreciation. Hopefully we could be some other time, and we could send this to you maybe later. Okay. Thank you.
thank you again, ladies. To be continued. Never goodbye. We will
Never
talk
goodbye.
again.
Okay. Looking forward to it, Mrs. Pandora. Okay.
Take good
Yeah,
care.
good night. Have a good rest. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, Mrs. Pandora, goodbye. Okay, Mrs. Pandora, it's very interesting discussion from Mrs. Pandora, but for the time being, we will continue to the next session. Okay, for the next session, we have a panel discussion. I will read the first speaker. The second speaker is Mrs. Samsia. Yeah. Okay. Sebentar.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Mrs. Samsia. I'm happy to have you here. And Mrs. Chintana Wakarasin. Okay, I'm happy to have you all here. Before we continue, I will read the curriculum vitae of Mrs. Samsia and Mrs. Sintan. Okay. Okay. Our second speaker. Okay. For the second speaker, we have Associate Professor Dr. Samsia. She is from the University of Lincoln, Malaysia. I'm sorry, committee, could you manage the voice in the meeting room? Okay, she has a lot of experience. He is a senior lecturer, and she has finished her doctoral degree in philosophy education at University Kebangsaan Malaysia in April 2013, and Master of Nursing in Monash University, Australia in 2003, Bachelor of Nursing Science at University of Malaya. I'm sorry. She has a lot of experience, professional experience, but I will read the present professional experience. She is the Deputy Dean since 2015 until today at University of Lincoln, Malaysia. And for her research and publication, she has also have a lot of experience in research and publication. I will read the last three of her research and publication. In 2020, the contraceptive practice barriers and suggested measures to improve contraceptive use among mothers from tertiary hospital in Abuja, Nigeria, and postpartum contraceptive practice and barriers to its use among mothers from tertiary hospital in Abuja, Nigeria. Yeah, it was published at African Journal of Health, Nursing and Midwifery. In 2021, literature review on contraceptive practice, barriers and measures to improve use among postpartum women in African Journal of Health, Nursing and Midwifery also. For the third speaker, we have Mrs. Chintana Wakarasin. I'm sorry if I wrongly mentioned your name. Her education, she has her PhD at University of Washington in nursing science and master in nursing with the major of pediatric nursing at University of Washington, USA in 2000 and master degree in public health at Mahidol University, Thailand. And the bachelor of nursing, maybe this is bachelor of nursing, maybe at the Khon Kaen University, Thailand. Her academic position since 2006 to present is as the associate professor in Burapha University, Thailand. And for the administrative position, she is the director of research division at Faculty of Nursing Burapha University, Thailand. She has also published a lot of articles, and for the last two, in the 2023, factors associated with feeding behaviors among mothers and obese infants. In British Journal of Midwifery, in 2022, factors influencing exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months postpartum in Thai Pharmaceutical and Health Science Journal. So we have two incredible speakers also for this session. Okay, dear audience and respectable speakers, I think we should move on to the next session, the next agenda. The first is the presentation from Mrs. Samsia. And then after Mrs. Samsia, we will continue with the presentation from Mrs. Chintana. And then following after that, we will continue with the discussion session for about 30 minutes, I think. Okay. Okay. The time for your presentation will be 30 minutes. Okay. For the first speaker, for the second speaker, Mrs. Samsia. Hello.
Hello, yes.
Mrs.
I'm here.
Samsia. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Please give a warm welcome to Mrs. Samsia and Mrs. Chintana. Okay, the time is yours, Mrs. Samsia.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizing committee, for giving me the opportunities to take part in your session today. So I'm Samsia from UCMI Malaysia. The topic given to me, I share with you. Hello, you can see my slide?
It's on the way, I think.
Okay.
It's on the
Okay,
way.
the topic for me to share with you today is implementation of appropriate technology and maternal and child health care services. Yeah.
Okay.
So as we know, this is the era of technology. So we as a nurses or midwife, we also should be able to follow the technology used in our midwifery. So for today, the issue I'm going to talk is technology in maternal and child health, the purpose of the technology used in maternal and child health, the type or the terminology of technology using in technology in health, and impacts of nursing profession. What is the impact to our profession? Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Samsia, I think the presentation is having the problem. We cannot see your presentation.
You cannot hear me?
No. We cannot see your presentation.
You cannot see my slide?
Yeah, I cannot see your slide.
Okay. Wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Yang lain sama nggak ya?
Sama Bu Santi.
Baik.
You can't see it?
Yeah, we cannot see it yet. Maybe you should try to stop the share and then you try again.
Okay. New share. Okay. Can see?
Yeah, we cannot see it yet. Maybe we could help you to share the screen and share the presentation, or
Okay, wait. I share the audio. Wait, the window then. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, adik. No listen adik. Okay, can I send to you and you help
yeah,
me
you
in
can
this?
send it. Yeah, I will help
Give me your
you.
email.
Okay, I think the network is not good. Okay. For the participant, I will have to remind you again, if there's any question, you can question form that has been shared by the committee.
I already sent through WhatsApp.
Yeah,
I
to the
already
WhatsApp.
sent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I have received it. Okay.
Can open?
Yeah. It is on process. I'm opening the PowerPoint slide. Okay. Okay, let me share it from here. Okay.
Ada Bu Santi di email Bu Santi.
Yeah. Can you see the slide?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Mrs. Samsia.
Yes.
You
Next
may.
slide, I think.
Okay.
Ready? Okay. The technology in maternal and child health application of the technologies are more essential for maternal and child health, not child health services, since maternal and child health and infant health is vital for a healthy society. Meaning to say, this society depend on the healthy maternal and infant in all the universal. That's why a lot of government really pay attention to this the health of the woman and the child, because this nation, all the nation really depend on good health of these two categories of person. Yeah. So, like us in Malaysia, our government really focus on this health for this child and maternal health. Various specific strategies under the maternal and child health programs have been used at all level of healthcare to the better management of mothers and infant in the infant at risk. During pregnancy also, the woman really at risk in their health, because of the changes in physiological changes, hormonal changes. That's why the women are very easy to get the risk of this pregnancy. So can you move to next slide? Okay, the purpose of using technology in maternal and child health services to improve maternal outcomes, meaning to say that the outcomes during pregnancy or pre-pregnancy, and throughout the pregnancy, the outcomes is safe delivery and healthy baby. To improve communication between patient, providers, and between care facilities, meaning to say that with the technology we can improve our communication to our patient. Meaning, if we want to give advice, we can use the technology, and we also can inform them about the facilities that we offer to them, and to ensure quality of care to educate patients and providers. It's not only patient we want to educate, but also our providers, our nurses. We have to educate in terms of using the technology in our nursing care, or in terms of our services, in the clinic or in the labor room, wherever we give the care, render the care to the patient um, and the society. To improve health behaviors among antepartum, postpartum women by providing healthcare reminder, health advice, health education, health information, and we sharing the communication with our clients. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this is one of the program has been done by Lane Goodman in 2014, whereby the purpose of the program is that to improve, to extend geographic care, meaning to say that the remote area, we can reach our client, and only one participant said that, and 22 participants said that to improve of health providers' ability to diagnose and treat the patient, and also to improve communication between health providers and patients, and 30 of them to improve data collection, organization of the data, or analyze the data, and to improve health education. Meaning to say that when we use the technology, we can improve our health education. We can also to make sure that to make financial transaction more efficient, to prevent fraud and abuse and to virtually connect health providers and patients. So next slide, please. Okay, okay. So many types, so many terms used for the technology. Yeah? One of them is electronic health, or they call it e-health, mobile health, or m-health, telehealth, telemedicine, smart digital, telephone, computer, internet, web, and social media, artificial intelligence, and drone. Drone. Now, the practice of our healthcare providers in terms of giving health information, health education, and even treatment to our clients. Yeah. Next. Okay, this is the terms used. If we say that e-health, so that is including that m-health or mobile telemonitoring, telemedicine, teleconsultation. If we use for consultation, they call it teleconsultation, meaning to say that this is the terms used in our what we call it technology. Yeah? Or some people use that smart digital health, also include inside that the e-health, m-health, mobile health. This is providing health services via mobile technology. Yeah, all the terms or terminology used is for our technology, IT, and information technology have. Okay, next. Okay, what we meant by e-health. E-health, electronic health, refers to the application of information and communication technologies in support of health and health-related fields, including health surveillance, healthcare services, health literature, and health education, knowledge, and also research. Yeah? This is by WHO. Okay, next. M-Health, using the mobile health, is the use of mobile communication technology for healthcare practices. It covers all forms of mobile phone-based healthcare intervention using voice calling, text message, voice message, mobile video, and mobile apps. This is when we use to communicate with our patients. Sometimes when defaulters in the during no, what we call it, the patient didn't turn up for the follow up, we can use all this to communicate and asking their what is their problem that they can't come to the clinic. See, okay, next. Telehealth. Okay, telehealth, it includes remote clinical telemedicine, yeah, or non-clinical care and services using electronic and telecommunication technologies. A real-time, this is two-way communication between patient and healthcare providers. We need to say that we can call and we can communicate directly to our patient. So a lot of things that we can, detect early on the problems during pregnancy or whatever a problem faces by our clients. Yeah. Next. Okay, digital health. It refers to the use of digital technologies in healthcare utilization. Yeah. So nowadays a lot of the digital that we use in treating our patient, in diagnose or in detect early of the problems. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, this is what we call it digital health technologies, wearable device. What device that we use in managing or in giving providing care to our clients. Mobile health apps also under digital health technologies, personalized medicine, telemedicine, electronic medical records, yeah, electronic health records, also under the telemedicine. Okay, next. Okay, the telemedicine provision of healthcare services at a distance through telecommunication platform, patient evaluation or diagnosis through online consultation. So normally when doctor or our nurses or our midwife is going is something that they evaluate the patient, and then this they found out something not right, they can communicate using the telemedicine, or some people call it telemonitoring. If we want to monitor I mean the purpose of what we call communicate with the patient is for monitoring, so they call it telemonitoring. This all, the terminology for the technologies used in our healthcare facilities. Okay, for the remote monitoring of patients, health and diagnostic data enabled by digital technologies. Yeah, so we can monitor. For example, if our patient having a blood pressure, high blood pressure during pregnancy, yeah, pregnancy-induced hypertension. So how are we going to monitor when the patient discharged from our clinic or from our hospital? So by using telemonitoring of the patient, we can monitor, and even we can ask what is their health, yeah, our they are, whether they are good in health or not, or the BP is controlled or not, or any follow up to the nearest clinic. Yeah. Next, digital therapeutic. This is also the terms used. Yeah? This one for the digital therapeutics, mostly they use the evidence-based treatments delivered using digital technology, like smart inhalers for respiratory condition or continuous glucose monitors for diabetics. This is the therapeutic. Yeah? All these, the technologies used in providing care or treatment to the patient. Okay, next. Okay, um, one group of doctors, they reviewed a paper on using the drone technology in maternal health care. So they want to apply it to Malaysia because some in our country, some areas is remote areas, so they have to use what we call it drone to um, to help in uh, sending this what we call it specimen, something like that, to fasten, eh, to diagnose the any problem, health problem of the patient. Next. Okay, this is the fundamentals of the medical drone research. Yeah, what they call medical care. For the medical care, remote telemedicine. So they also use drone to send the like medication or anything to the clients. For example, in our country, like Sabah, the state of Sabah, a lot of remote areas. So this group of doctors, they use this to give care to the patient. And teleradiology, robotic arm. This is medical care, for medical care. Yeah? They use drone. Then transport and delivery, like blood product. Also, they use these services, drone services, automated external defibrillators. Also, medication and vaccine laboratory samples for the transportation and delivery. So services of drone also they use the search and rescue. So disaster management, if they want fast management, they use this drone, yeah. And wilderness medicine, water rescue also they use drone facility of drone, yeah. Next. Okay. So one more, we have the artificial intelligence. Now there's a lot of artificial intelligence used in giving care to the client, yeah? Sensing, or what we call it, you use sense of five senses too. Okay, developed in technology empowers the health sectors to offer improvised services for maternal and infant health using sensing, AI, and computing platform at the doorstep. This is artificial intelligence, yeah, what they use in the healthcare system. Next. Okay. This is areas where artificial intelligence and mission mission learning is used for the woman's reproductive health. So from preconception, what we use, potential potential pregnancy. So this is during fertility communication. They use this AI, yeah? And artificial productive technology, embryo, pregnant person, all this using the, then during prenatal care, what we use is a sorcery, yeah? Fetal size. Also, they can use this. This is the technology used, yeah? And fetal heart, ectopic pregnancy. Also, we can detect using AI, yeah? Sensors and AI. And pregnancy person. Mm, okay. All about the yeah, what we call it, the instrument, yeah, used on our during pregnancy to detect early any problem of during pregnancy. And also we can use it for preterm birth, or mortality, prognosis, heart rate of the fetus. Also, we use this artificial intelligence, or we use the instrument to detect this. All these things we call it the digital, with digital technologies, yeah. And perinatal care, birth and delivery, also monitor of the fetus during the birth, yeah, and delivery. And we also detect that, we also assess the ABGA score. Pregnant person, this is for the fetus and for the pregnant person, yeah. Mode of delivery, perinatal complications. Also, we can detect, the doctor can detect using the instrument that developed specially for these pregnant women during delivery. And during postnatal, what we can use is that for the newborn, the prognosis whether the child, yeah, the child is the health of the newborn is good or not. For example, we use warmer, yeah, all that is technology, warmer to warm the baby. And the for the pregnant person, postpartum depression also we can detect mortality, yeah, using this AI. Next. Okay, technology-based healthcare services for the Internet of Things in telehealth. What we have here is a remote health care services. We use this, yeah, like medical imaging, right? Medical imaging, mobile phone technique, and wearable technology. For example, we check the blood pressure, we test diabetic, with hypertension and anemia, yeah, during the pregnancy. Architecture for the Internet of Things based platform. Also, they use the centralized, distributed, and multiple link. Okay. AI, for the AI, they use the AI and machine learning in telehealth services. So here, what AI and in the maternal and child care, what we use is fetal heart rate, the monitoring. Also, we use the machine and genetic screening, fetal weight estimation, route of delivery, postpartum period, and machine learning model. So what kind of all kinds of machine? Okay, next. Okay, this one more detail. They explain to us what are the AI and machine learning algorithm. Yeah, and same thing. The sensors for their blood pressure, preterm birth, seizures, diabetic, abnormal heart rate, high risk pregnancy, stillbirth, and the machine learning algorithm use route of delivery, fetal congenital abnormalities. They can detect early using this machine. And for the infant also, physiological health, this is sensors for, yeah, body temperature, abnormal baby motions, premature birth issues, reduction in heart rate, epilepsy, infants physical and psychological health, monitoring infant sleeping position, uh, and child behavior, and have monitoring pneumonia. They can detect using machine learning algorithm. And the infant mortality, monitoring chronically ill patients and or infants. Can you go to next? I think, okay. Okay. Challenges to use of the technology to improve maintenance child health. What is the challenges for us? Yeah, poor access to specialists. So for the the challenges because of they are from the remote area, so to access to the specialist uh, a bit be uh, poor, yeah, and shortage of medical facilities. Sometimes like machine learning. So not all places we can provide that. This is challenges because of a shortage of these medical facilities, so we can't use really fully use the technologies. Out of pockets expenditure. So many of us, we use our own money to spend, yeah, in for example, if we use the phone call, sometimes we use our own expenses rather than our government, our organization give it, provide this in terms of financial inadequate knowledge about the pandemic at that time when you have the pandemic, let's say COVID, uh, yeah. So then knowledge is not really the mother not really understand about the knowledge, and the pregnant woman experience abdominal pain, genital bleeding, urinary tract infection, and stress. However, they did not receive any medical attention because of that time. I think this is the research that they did during uh, pandemic. Yeah. Next. Okay, one more challenges is an increase in the number of home deliveries by traditional birth attendants. Sometimes, yeah, but I think most of the country now, very few the delivery conducted by the TBA, yeah, or informal healthcare providers. Next. Next, okay. The impact on using technology to nursing profession. There are three nursing skills, be able to use technology to facilitate mobility, communication, and relationship. And then another four challenges nurse leader we face in integrating this new technology. So next. Okay, for the nursing skill set, being able to use technology to facilitate mobility, communication, and relationship. For example, email, telehealth, and telemedicine, internet, cellular technology. All these the skill that nurses have to have. Yeah. Next. Okay, the impact of using technology to nursing profession. Four challenges nurse leader will face in integrating this new technology. Balancing the human elements with technology, balancing costs and benefits, training technology, enable nursing workforce, and ensuring ongoing quality. And because technology is quite new in our profession, so everybody have to learn. And how are we going to overcome this? Yeah, to ensure that technology use is ethical. Yeah, because a lot of ethical issue in the using technology. I think that's about all. The next slide is mostly on the research finding on this technology use. If you want to say that also can, but if no also doesn't matter because next slide. If you want to see the no, this findings, yes, majority of the physician and patient survey approve of the telehealth, optimize and modernize healthcare by increasing connectivity and delivering services when and where they are needed. Okay, next. Okay, this one also one of the studies, a personalized experience for every member patient for preconception fatality support to postpartum to early pediatric care. Platform have 24 hours and 7 days access to care providers for over 30 areas of specialization. Next. Okay, this is systematic review that done by Amoko et al. 2016. So the finding that M health intervention were used as communication, data collection, educational tool at community in provision of antenatal, delivery, and postnatal care. None of the study directly assessed the effect of the mHealth on maternal and neonatal mortality. Meaning to say that if you want to do research on this, because nobody do the study on this, mHealth, the effect of mHealth on maternal and neonatal mortality, so we can do that. The challenges of mHealth intervention. Okay, technical problems, mobile network coverage, internet access. If the internet is no good, means you want to use the mobile, also quite difficult. Electricity access and maintenance of mobile phones. Next. This one also systematic review on the mHealth intervention. Next. Meta-analysis, the intervention were effective in promoting maternal physical health, weight management, gestational diabetic mellitus control, asthma control, and because when they do this, and they monitor the what we call it, monitor the condition of the patient. Large effect size were also found for improving maternal mental health, which is very important during pregnancy. Mental health of the woman is very important because to ensure that our delivery is safe delivery and healthy baby we have. Knowledge about pregnancy and weight control intervention using wearable device were more effective. Okay, next. Okay, also this is the finding of the what we call it, health analogy. Okay, next. Okay, finish. Thank you very much for the listening.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Samsia, for the presentation. It is very interesting because as we all know that the pandemic has made a very rapid change in the development of medical health, especially in technology, information and communication. Okay, for the next session, and maybe for the next agenda, the presentation from Mrs. Chintanam, I'm sorry. Okay, Mrs. Chintana, how are you today? I am very pleased to have you here. We are very pleased to have you here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. We have Mr. Ali also here he's also your student. Is it correct, Mrs. Ali? Pak Ali, ini bisa mau menyapa. Halo Pak Ali. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali very serious. Hello, Mr. Ali. This is Dr. Chintana Waskarasin. Yeah.
Hello, Ali. How are you doing?
Hello, Ajan.
Okay.
Good morning, Ajan.
Aduh.
Sawadee-krap, Ajan. Sawadee-krap.
Sawadee-krap. Very nice to see your face.
Yes, of course.
Okay, long time, nah?
Yeah, long time. Maybe more than 15 years, Ajan.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm already
Yes.
yeah at
2000 and what?
2000
2005?
2006.
2006.
Yes, 2006.
Yeah, we should meet sometime gitu ya, Mrs. Ali. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very happy can see you again, Ajan.
Yes. Okay.
Even through the Zoom meeting ya, Pak. Okay, for the presentation, we will start from Mrs. Chintana Wacharasin, ya. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
So,
Thank
okay,
you
Mrs.
very
Chintana, yeah, you may start the presentation. Okay, thank you.
Can you see PowerPoint?
Okay. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah.
You see my PowerPoint?
Yes, I can see it.
Yes,
We can
yes.
see it. We can see
We
it.
can see.
Okay,
You may
good.
start. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm very excited to see all of you today in webinar today. Okay, so everyone with me now. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the midwife continuity of care to support the improvement of primary care service. Actually, I will share experience from Thailand and also in the world, okay, from review, from systematic review that we learn how midwifery continuity of care work, okay, to take care of the women and the family. So how can continuity of care that can improve the primary care service? Okay. COC is rooted in primary care, involving the area of individuals over time by the same care provider. This is the key of COC, is the provide nursing care to the women and family or the patient by the same care provider. Think about the work of the physician or the doctor. They do COC because they take care of patient, they give treatment to the patient by the same doctor, okay, but not in nursing, not really in nursing, but in some area we also have COC. For example, at the primary care unit at the like a community hospital, we have a nurse to provide care for the patient or the women and family by the same group of the nurse, maybe not only one nurse follow the patient, but the group of the nurse who work together, okay. And the key components of continuity of care have 3 components: relational continuity. This is very important for nursing. Since we now in nursing practice, we need relationship between the nurse and care provider and the client, and then informational continuity. We care for the patient or our customer, our clients. We also provide the health information that related to their health, and also management continuity. We help the patient or the client manage the care for themselves, like a self-management. We help them to prepare, to plan, and to get treatment, to take care of themselves. Okay, and then in the primary care setting, continuity of care can reduce mortality, hospitalization, and increase the patient satisfaction. So for midwife continuity of care, WHO recommend that all countries with well-developed midwifery service choose offer midwifery-based practice focus on relational quality of care. Since quality of care can help increase the patient ability to take care of themselves and increase the health outcome. Relational quality of midwifery care is important to midwife working in primary care units, focusing on health promoting a positive birth experience, high quality of maternity of care. And it's important that relational quality of care in primary healthcare service needs midwifery-led practice. Why we need midwifery continuum of care? Because now increasing rate of cesarean section with unnecessary reason to do cesarean section, and the maternity care provided did not meet the women's holistic health need. Maternal and newborn mortality rates was reducing almost half between 1990 to 2020, but newborn and adolescent mothers are still dying in unacceptably large number, mostly from the preventable or treatable cause from infectious disease, complication during pregnancy or childbirth. And also lack of awareness of preconception health. Like in Thailand, we also have a protocol for conception health, but not on the couple. There's use this service. Actually, preconception health is very important to prepare the mother and the father before they have a baby. It is if they have preconception health, good preconception health, they will have very good birth outcome and also for the infants. And level of unplanned pregnancy inhibited effort to deliver interventions. Professional knowledge, capacity and consistency of practice were viewed as challenge. Improvements requires multifaceted action, including ensuring school curriculum adequately prepare adolescents for the future parenthood. Since some adolescents, some children, they finish their high school, they don't go to high education level, and they might not have enough information related to parenthood. So the high school might have this program to increase that adolescent health literacy related to parenthood or pregnancy. Increasing awareness through supporting professional knowledge and practice. It is high quality of midwifery's continuum of care. Okay, what we need for the result of the care of the result of maternal care, including safety. Midwifery care have to do no harm for the women and family, and make women and family feeling safe, respected, treated with dignity, and their voice being listened. Effectiveness, the maternal care have to be responsive and provide optimal maternity care. Patient center. We actually in our maternity care, we also do the focus on patient center and also maternity family center care, which involve the facilitating decision making from the family and also the care from the family. And timely. Maternity care have to provide the care timely, rapid, no delay when complications occur, and also respond when needed. This is considered the high quality of care, of maternity care. Efficient. Maternity care have to be organized to efficient use of the evidence-based care resources, maternity care workforce, and also this is very important, equitability and accessibility. Everyone, every woman and family have to be able to access to the maternity care. And midwifery continuum of care might answer this question. Okay, what is the midwifery continuum of care model? So we have two words, midwife-led continuum of care. This is I call MLCC. And another one, midwifery continuum of care. That's one called I have MCOC. Okay, so this one midwifery-led continuum of care has been defined as the care where the midwife is the lead professional in the planning, organizing, delivery of care that give to the women and the family from initial booking to the post-out periods. Like from after they get pregnant and then there's register as the hospital or the health center. And then we follow the midwife leads the care for those women. Continuum of care of midwife care model in the maternal and newborn care setting is a maternity care provided by the same midwife or small team of midwives before pregnancy, during pregnancy, labor and birth and postnatal periods. This is the midwifery continuum of care model. Will be cared by the midwife or the small team, not just only one midwife, a small team of midwife before pregnancy. I mean, at the preconception care and during pregnancy, in labor, birth, and postnatal periods. This is example of the model that used in many countries. The midwife-led continuum of care, including continuum of care. Remember, continuum of care components, including relational, informational, and management continuum of care. And the continuum of care monitoring physical, psychological, spiritual, and social well-being of the women and family throughout the childbearing cycle, and providing the women with individualized education, like a tailored education for each women and family. Counseling and antenatal care during labor, birth, and postpartum period by a known midwife. Not only individual midwife, one midwife, but the group of midwife, but the women and family know this midwife that provide their care since register at the pregnancy until postnatal. Ongoing support during postnatal period, minimizing unnecessary technology intervention, identifying, referring, and coordinating care for the women who require obstetric or other specialist attention when they have some complication, and midwife cannot handle those complications, so they can refer to the specialist or the obstetricians. These are the midwifery continuity of care. Also, the midwifery continuity of care can be provided for the women at home, communities, hospital settings, for healthy women with uncomplicated or low-risk pregnancy. Everyone knows that midwife also take care of the healthy and also low-risk pregnancy. The care service includes individualized education, counseling. That is like a main care we provide for the women and family is the education, give them information to increase their health literacy and do counseling. Okay, and then also identify to check that their health, and if they have some complication, they might have to refer to the other specialist. And also midwife act as an advocate and care navigator for the women and families. This is from the scope review. Midwifery continuity of care for scope review, and the review from almost 200 research from many countries. Okay, that just come out last year, and this review tell us about the way that midwifery work and how did they do, and by whom and for whom. Okay, well, where the midwifery continuity of care take place. Most midwifery continuity of care model were based in urban area, especially in the high-income countries. Midwifery continuity of care of service like a 3/4 of urban base, and in low to middle income country, midwifery continuity of care just under half of the urban base. And hospital or facilities-based service were most common across the all income level. For example, birth center in hospital or freestanding birth center. Some country they have a freestanding birth center, and also home birth practice and private service, or the nursing clinic, midwifery clinic. In Thailand, before we have there are especially in rural area, there are many private clinics, private midwifery clinic. Since the women in their own time, they don't want to go to the hospital, they don't want to give birth with the male physician, so they want to give birth with the midwifery. But now we don't have that not that service that we provide. So mostly it's most women go to the hospital, either private hospital or the public hospital, and rarely to give birth at home. And how to carry the midwifery continuity of care. Okay, so in the low to middle income country, midwifery continuity of care model leads by midwife across continuum is mean from pre-conception care and pregnancy, birth, and postnatal. What they do, midwife on call for the women during labor who they have previously seen at antenatal care. That is the they carry out the continuum of midwifery continuum of care by they have on-call system, like when the pregnant women come to labor, so they have to call the midwife. We call like a primary midwife to delivery the baby for the women. And also midwifery continuum of care team that run parallel with the obstetric team. Okay, this is example in the Ethiopia, in Kenya, and also involve the midwifery care across the childbearing continuum, family planning, HIV care service. The example in China, Kenya, Ethiopia, Iran, Pakistan also involve provision of midwifery care at antenatal, intrapartum, and postnatal time point. But mostly continuum of care with the same or known midwife was only at intrapartum and postnatal periods. It's also the same in Thailand. That is we say, okay, the continuum of care that provided by the same nurse, mostly at intrapartum and postnatal periods. And how there's the continuum of care provide to the women in the family. There were different terms that used in define the model of care and the level of continuity provided across the continuum of care vary. For example, most common term that they use, caseload midwifery, midwifery-led continuity, team, midwifery group practice. This is the way that they use for the midwifery continuum of care. The same provider, like the same midwife, provide care across continuum, antenatal, mostly start from antenatal and intrapartum and postnatal. Some continuum of care only across antenatal and postpartum periods. No birth, no labor and birth. Some models, some country, they provide continuum of care only across antenatal and intrapartum periods. No postpartum care. It depends on the organization, structure of the organization. And small group of midwives provide care for designated women, like caseload midwife. This is a midwife group practice, 2 or 4 midwives. Example of in Australia, in UK, Denmark, Sweden, Singapore. And others example, team midwife, 5 and more midwives work together in across continuum of maternity care, start from antenatal, intrapartum, and postnatal. This is example in Japan and Switzerland. And who provide the midwifery continuum of care is midwife, nurse, and obstetrician. In some country now, like some developed country, they have enough obstetrician. Now they have the team of the continuum of care, continuum of care of the maternity care. It's including the team, including midwife, nurse, and obstetrician, and midwife might lead the team. And for whom the priority group of continuum of care initiative for women and newborn with risk of adverse outcome, women from indigenous community, refugee, migrant population, and ethnic minority group, young mothers, or women living in rural and remote area, marginalized women, like poor women, or indigenous women with a history of substance abuse or chronic illness. So why these women, like indigenous or this kind of marginalized women, needs midwifery continuity of care? There are many reasons, because these are the like a minority group or marginalized women, so they might have some different culture with the healthcare provider, midwife or nurse or opticians. So we should provide very kind of specific care for them. If they can be taken care by the same midwife or same nurse, so they can have like a relationship with the healthcare provider and will have better outcome. And since cultural sensitivity is very important, especially in the area of maternity care, so midwife have to understand the cultural practice, and also have to be sensitive for the sensitive. They have to provide sensitivity care for those women. Okay, this is the effect of midwifery continuity of care. Trusting relationship throughout childbearing process between midwife and women, and also family, will value and trigger commitment to provide high quality of care. Since we have a trusting relationship, the nurse trust the women trust nurse, so they can increase the high quality of care. And also building positive relationship, visible and supportive leadership, encourage engagements by ensuring midwife they feel safe, feel valued and informed. That's why relational now in nursing practice we call relational practice, since we need relationship between the nurse or healthcare provider and the patient or the families. If we have a relationship, trusting relationship with the patient, or patient have trusting relationship with the healthcare provider, and they will believe those healthcare provider, and they can work, they can work together nicely. Okay, and then also effects on the clinical outcome, effect on childbirth experience of the women, and also effect on midwifery care, effect on the midwife as well. So this is effect of MCOC on clinical outcome. This allow women to develop, allow women or mothers or pregnant women to develop new skills in order to take care of themselves. Also, the women have self-management. They will have good health behavior to take care of themselves and the infants, increasing awareness and confidence in themselves, in their ability, both during pregnancy and after delivery, and also take care for infants. Women who receive continuity of midwifery care, this is the results. More attention at birth as known by the known midwife, less regional anesthesia, less instrumental vaginal birth, less episiotomy, less immunotomy, less preterm birth, less than 37 weeks, less fetal loss before and after 24 weeks. This is the clinical outcome. You can see from this is a results or effect of midwifery continuity of care. And the effect of midwifery continuity of care on childbirth experience. The therapeutic continuity provided by the midwives acts to and make the women feel competent to deliver the baby. They feel competent that they can deliver a baby by themselves, and then they select to have normal vaginal birth. Okay, and then can take care of the infant as well. For women with low risk of complications, also increased women's satisfaction with antenatal care, intrapartum and postpartum care. And good quality midwifery care save the life of women and infants. Midwifery's continuity of care with appropriate and flexible organizational system capable of responding to women's needs throughout maternity journey. Since along the childbearing process, childbearing cycle, the women or families have many questions to learn, many questions that they want to ask to the healthcare provider. If they have the same midwife, the same group of midwife, and they have good relationship, so they can discuss, they can talk, they can and then make change of that ability, that increase their ability of care for themselves and for infants. And also, if interruption of continuity of care had negative effect of experience of maternity, for example, traumatic childbirth. Okay, so the effect of midwifery continuity of care on midwifery care help. This is can help midwife in management for the continuity of care, and also the provide informational and relational. This model that continuity of care can help midwife avoid burden, avoid burnout, since if they have low job control and logging works out cause high level of burnout in midwife. But if midwife can manage, okay, they can control their job in order to provide the continuity of care, and their work might flexible, okay, and then they will less burnout, okay. So and then they can maintain in working as a midwife. And key effects: midwife moral identity, in particular staff level, flexible work-life balance, okay, working relationship, organizational issue. So these are the effect of midwifery continuity of care on midwifery care. Okay, this is a detail. If for management continuity involve communication across team, international and professional boundary, and between professional and women. So they can help the women manage their own life during pregnancy and postpartum. They also can provide emotional, for informational continuity. So they can provide information, health information, timely and relevant to the women and family needs, and also therapeutic relationship between women and health professional over time, contributing to the midwife great effect on midwife experience and outcome. Okay, so this is the, you can see that very good effect on of the midwifery continuity of care, but not always possible in every setting, hospital or the either private setting, to provide continuity of care by the same midwife. It depends on many factors, especially for the capacity of those organizations and also capacity of the midwife. So then what we have to do, we have to provide maybe do some training to enhance the capacity of the midwife. Okay, that's the, this is the component, more specific component for the midwifery continuity of care. Since midwifery continuity of care model support women throughout the preconceptual, antenatal, intrapartum, and postnatal care through relational, informational, and management continuity. Continuity of care defined as midwife or nurse or other members of healthcare team and identify the current women needs, and then transfer the women to appropriate clinical area, level of care, healthcare facility in a timely and effective manner. For example, if the midwife or nurse taking care of the women, pregnant women, and then pregnant women have some complication, so they cannot handle, so they can refer to other facility, that appropriate facility. Okay, this is example. I just want to focus specific only on the preconception care in Thailand. Since we have protocol, we always campaign for preconception care for the couple or the women that they plan to have to get pregnant, but rarely couple pay attention on preconception care, even it's very important, where like we call 1,000 days important for the women, actually consequent for the infants. As you know that for the women, if they don't have, if the women do not are not healthy, okay, are not healthy, physically healthy or mentally healthy, so the children, the baby might have some problem, okay, both in the, if they are not have for example, they might have some genetic problem, they might have some chronic illness, okay, they might obese, overweight women, that is example, or they get some infection, okay, so those problems might convey to the infant, okay, and or some women, they have low cognition, low cognitive, okay, and then they might have the baby with poor cognitive as well, okay. So preconception care is intention aiming to identify and to modify, to identify the problem, to modify biomedical, behavioral, and social risk to the women's health or pregnant women and infant outcome. Okay, preconception care include prevention and management, emphasizing the factor that might affect before conception or early in pregnant to have maximal impacts. Poor maternal lifestyle and health prior to preconception and during pregnancy increased risk of poor pregnancy and birth outcome. This is the we do in Thailand. We try to encourage the women to prepare themselves before get pregnant. Preconception care involves health promotion to reduce risk factor that might affect the future maternal and child and family health. Okay, so what we do, at least one year for both women and partner or husband. We do family planning, like a pregnancy plan and immunization and disease prevention, both genetic and also sexual transmission and behavioral, like provide folic acid consumption, weight management program for the women who have malnutrition, who have low BMI or higher BMI, and about the smoking and alcohol cessation intervention, and also mental health, promotes mental health for the women and also partner. Okay, this is for today. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chintana Wakanasin. Okay, for the presentation about the continuity of care, it is very interesting that with the continuity of care, it's not only to increase the mother health but also her well-being, gitu ya. So for the next agenda is the discussion session for the committee. Are you ready for the questions, Mrs. For Mrs. Samsia and for Mrs. Chintana? Can
Yes.
yeah. Could you, okay, the committee, I'm sorry, could you spotlight the Professor Samsia? And could you share the question? Could you share the question slide? Yeah. Answer the committee. Panitia pertanyaan. Apakah sudah ada? Oke.
Sudah ada, sudah.
Baik. Minta tolong di-share. Hello, Mrs. Samsia and Mrs. Chintana. We will start with the discussion. Okay. The first question from Mrs. Samsia. Hello, Mrs. Samsia, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, the first question is for Mrs. Samsia. How can the application of the appropriate technology in mother and child services be evenly distributed in all regions? Okay, the distribution of the appropriate technology in all region, especially maybe for the some remote area. Yeah. Okay.
Um, Um, okay, as we know, the appropriate technologies is a lot of what we call it areas or types of technology. What I can see here, if you want to apply this technology to the remote area or to all the regions of our operational area. Yeah, for example, we are in the clinic. How are we going to apply this? What I can see is that you have to mix technologies. Like I say, if for the remote area, I think you can use drone. Yeah, because if you want to do, you want to use mobile health using smartphone. I'm worried that the internet or the link is interrupted, so you can reach your clients in the remote areas. So you have to choose which one is appropriate for the area. Mm.
Okay.
Am I
Yeah.
answering your question?
Okay. Yeah. For the first question is from I don't see the who is asking the question. So I think it is clear enough for me because I think the problem in the ICT implementation is the network. Yeah, we have to have we have to have a good network for the ICT to work. So I think yeah, the drone is one of the technology that will that could reach the remote area. For the first question, I think enough. For the next question, maybe the committee for the slide for the next question. Okay. Ya, bagaimana panitia? Ada slide untuk pertanyaannya yang tadi, untuk pertanyaan kedua mungkin. Pertanyaan pertama sudah dijelaskan oleh Mrs. Samsia.
Izin menjawab Ibu.
Ya, berdengung. Bagaimana? Oke.
Dari chat dulu aja. Santi ada yang di chat.
Oh, oke, dari chatroom dulu, baiklah. And this the question from Mr. Samsia also. It is very interesting using the AI, yeah, the using of the artificial intelligence and machine learning for reproductive health, including postpartum depression. In this area, the postpartum depression, how this AI or machine learning would work for those cases? Oh, oke. Jadi ini yang mau dijawab, mau yang pertanyaan yang dari slide dulu apa yang dari ini dulu, dari chatroom dulu? Oke, makasih.
Let me really digest the question, yeah. Okay.
Dari ini aja, Prof, maaf. From the chat room. Okay. The
Oh.
AI, okay. About the implementation of AI or machine learning in postpartum depression case.
Okay. That is very new technology in our healthcare. Not many areas that use this kind of thing unless we have we have the proper facilities. Yeah, then only we can implement that. But if we are in the remote area, quite difficult for us to use to use any AI or anything if, yeah, we want to send the machine or something that also quite difficult for us. So what I can suggest is that if, yeah, you can use telehealth, telemedicine, meaning to say that you consult the your client first, and then maybe you can ask them to, or you can take them to the area that you have those facilities for you to, yeah, assess your client. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the artificial intelligence is very new, new and very interesting work because in others in other area maybe they have used the artificial intelligence in many technologies such as Google Translate or Google search engine using the machine learning, yeah, for the health area in this health area, especially in maternal and child health. It is very new. So I think it is a very good opportunity to
Yes.
us to study this in postpartum area also.
I think our
Okay.
nurses have to think of this, yeah, this area for you to explore, so
To
to be
explain.
specialized in that, yeah, AI. Yeah.
Yeah. And for the next question. From Mrs. Dian, we warmly welcome the use of technology to improve health services, especially maternal and infant health. What is the impact on the need of the reduced number of health workers? And what about the quality of care, especially client satisfaction in the terms of communication, touch, psychological approach, which is no less important than technology in health services. So I think she asked about with the increasing of this technology, do we need less health worker with this technology?
Uh, yeah. What we are supposed to look in the how to sustain our humanity, yeah, humanity in the digital era, yeah, era. Now is our digital, but how are we going to sustain our humanity, yeah, humanity aspect in giving care to the client, though we are using the technologies, but I think humanity we had to sustain.
Yeah.
So to ensure, we have to, yeah, we have to, you know, prepare our nurses how to communicate effectively to the client, though we are using our new technology, yeah,
Yeah.
cannot be humanity cannot be compromised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Human touch cannot be replaced by any technology.
Any
Okay.
technology, yeah. Okay.
Okay, for the next question, maybe is there any question for Mrs. Chintana? Committees? Okay. Uh, maybe they are okay. Trying to share. Okay. Okay. Another question from Mrs. Samsia. I think it's okay. Okay for Mrs. Chintana. Okay. How about the midwifery continuum of care implementation in Thailand? Okay. Okay. Maybe yeah. Previously she has explained about the preconception care, yeah, but maybe the audience want to hear again about the continuum of care implementation in Thailand.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for your question. So the continue midwifery continuum of care, okay, in Thailand. So usually midwifery care we include start from the preconception care, okay, before they get pregnant, they have to prepare themselves to get ready to pregnancy, ready in terms of physical health, emotional health, psychosocial, spiritual health, okay, but that is the might not continue with the when they get pregnant, okay. So continuum care start from in Thailand, start from antenatal and intrapartum and postpartum. So we have actually when they have talk about midwifery continuum care, okay. So when they get pregnant, everyone go to the health center or the hospital at antenatal unit. Yeah, they have the group of midwife. You know, in Thailand we don't, because in Thailand we have nurse and midwife. We are the same person. We are nurse and we can work as a midwife as well. We have license. Yeah, our license includes nurse and midwife. One nurse we graduated from 4 years program, undergraduate program, bachelor program. We have license of nurse and midwife. Okay, so any nurse can work as a midwife, or because we do not separate, we have only one license, one program. Okay, so at the antenatal care unit, we might have we have a nursing team, nurse and midwife team. Okay, actually we call nurse because we are the same. Okay, and then we provide the care for the pregnant women and the family. Okay, so that group of nurse continue work from beginning of their register as the client of antenatal care units, and then some hospital like a tertiary care hospital, they just take care of antenatal, but at the hospital at the rural area or at the community hospital, they are the same group of nurse provide care, antenatal care and intrapartum care. Okay, and then for the postpartum they have another group of nurse work with this mother and infant and the family. But some hospital, community hospital, they have the same group, not just only one nurse taking care, provide care for the women and family. We have the group of the nurse, but they're familiar with it. They know the each other, but it's not the ideal of midwifery continuum of care. Okay, if the ideal like we have 2 or 3 nurses work with the women and family since antenatal care, intrapartum and postpartum, right? But we don't have that system. But in if in the like a birth center or private clinic, they might have those. But if in a public, we don't have that. Continuum of care just only provide care continue from preconception, antenatal, intrapartum, and postpartum, but not the same nurse or midwife.
Oh, I see. I think it is the same like in Indonesia, yeah.
Indonesia, right?
Not
Similar.
yeah.
Yeah, we use
similar
similar model.
like for the next question.
But even we don't have the same midwife, the same nurse provide along journey of the women, but we try to develop provide follow, and because we have the mother will have the what's that, the book
record
okay, the record, yeah, they have the same, and then every area that they go nurse will know their health their health problem, their health checks, okay? And also try to provide the concept of continuity care, relational continuity, information and management. That one we call midwifery care. Not even not midwife continuity of care, but midwifery care. Okay, so we provide those kind of care.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Chintana. So even though the midwife is not the same, but I think they have also the way to communicate the progress of the woman gitu ya. So for the next question, how important is to implement continuity of care midwives to support capacity building and capability of primary services, capacities and capabilities?
Yes, as we know that midwifery continuity of care is the have the good result, right? Very good effect, a very good results, consequence for both mothers, infants, and also midwife, nurse or midwife themselves, right? When they provide this continuity of care. So that's why it's very important. And then especially this is primary service that we should provide for the women and the family. Not only women, also family as well. Family is mean the partner or others, grandmothers, especially in the adolescent mother or some high risk mother. They also have a family member, either husband or their own parents, especially their own parents, their own mothers. Okay, so in terms of maternity care, we provide care for the women or mother, infant, and the families, especially the mothers, grandmother. That is, it's a very important influencer. You know, the mother, the parent puts
Very
effort
important.
a lot, and you know, and even input the belief and the practice for the mother and the children, infant. Many kind of infant care. So infant care or the mother's care, maternal care after delivery, during delivery, and also after delivery. That's why nurse or midwife have to understand the family as a whole, not only women and husband and infant. We have to understand the culture or the belief of the practice of the parent as well, because the parent also influence on the mother, on the women. Otherwise, and many times when we see they have a conflict, and the mothers, many of them get depressed. Yeah, depressed, like a postpartum depression.
Yeah.
Due to the support from the family, from the husband, also their ability to provide care for the infant. Some mother, they cannot, they cannot use their own belief, their own practice to provide care for the infant. They have to listen to the parents. Okay, so this is the capacity that we have, nurse or midwife have to have. Okay, and if we do continuity of care, and then we enhance the ability of the midwife or nurse, and also the women and family, that is will get very good results. Not only the women and also infant, that is the good outcome that we need.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for Mrs. Chintana for answering the question. Maybe that's all. Yeah, the primary service is foundation for the foundation for the health system.
Yes, the factor, there are many factors. Actually, the first thing is like a organization structure. Yeah, the structure of the policy of the hospital or those system. Okay, so or staffing. number of staff and competency of staff like a midwife or nurse, those can impact to the implementation of midwife continuity of care. If they have enough staff or enough competency, okay, and they can provide the continuity of care, and then they have to have the policy and also, you know, set the how to manage those midwifery care. So we have to agree upon between the nurse and not only nurse, you know, the physician, the obstetrician as well, because we work with the obstetrician, right? And the manager of the hospital, or but for the women and the family, they love it. They like to see the same nurse, the same midwife, you know, because when we see each other, they feel familiar and they feel, the women feel that, okay, they are safe from caring by the same nurse, okay, but same the good nurse, good midwife as well, not just any nurse or midwife, okay. So that is the very important if we can provide.
Okay, the first is provide the
Especially
policy.
the area of maternity. Okay, so
Okay.
there are others. I mean the factor from the women as well, but yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
also have to educate the nurse and midwife how to
Okay.
handle how to manage.
Baik. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Shintana. Yeah, we have, I think in Indonesia and Thailand, we have the same similar about the situation that to implement the continuity of care, also we have to have enough and capacities and capabilities, not only the number of the midwives, but also how we manage the area with many pregnant women and a very few midwives gitu ya. So that is the last question, I think. Yeah. For Mrs. Samsia, is there any more question? Any question? Okay. I'm sorry. Host. I could you manage the voice? Okay. Okay. I think that's all. All the question has been answered. It is a very interesting discussion because the first is the application of technology in maternal health services, and also about the continuity of care. Maybe we could combine those to how to implement the continuity of care with the with the limited midwives. Maybe we could also use the technology to monitor the mothers. Maybe yeah, we should have further discussion to combine those in implement the technology in maternal health services to implement the continuity of care. Maybe that is a next or next challenge, yeah, to combine the continuity of care with using the technology. I think.
Yeah, we can do research together, 3 countries.
Yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Samsia, we would love to study this together. Maybe if you have time, maybe we could have joint research together to follow this interesting the interesting subject
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I look forward for
Okay, Miss
our
Samsia.
collaboration. Yeah, Mrs.
Yeah.
Samsia. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe unfortunately, we have to come to the end of the discussion session. Uh, for the next agenda, for the next agenda, we will give you the certificate, the committee. Do you ready? Are you ready to give the certificate for Mrs. Chintana appreciation and Mrs. Samsia certificate and plaque for the appreciation? Okay. Yeah. Oke. Mana komite panitia? Boleh dibantu untuk share sertifikatnya serta plakat. Oke, apa ini sudah di baik. Mrs. Ya, minta di spotlight juga Mrs. Shintananya. Mrs. Cintana yang di spotlightnya. Sorry. Okay, who will give the appreciation? Mrs. Ida, I think, yeah. The chairman of midwifery department. Okay. Mrs. Cintana and Associate Professor Dr. Samsia. This is the certificate of appreciation from us. Thank you very much for joining us today. I hope we could discuss further or with others subject maybe. And we are looking forward to have a joint research. It is very interesting about the technology and the continuity of care in midwifery, especially in preconceptional health. Okay, this is the package. Ya, kecil ya gambarnya. Okay, it's very little picture, but I hope this is meaningful for you. For
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Cintana and Mrs. Samsia, thank you
Thank you
very
very
much for your
much.
joining us today. Okay, it is very interesting and very inspiring for us. I hope we have further collaboration. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is enough. Okay. Thank you for the
Inshallah.
committee. Oke, insyaallah. Baik, semangat ya Bu. Oke. Kita nanti biar bisa bekerja sama untuk melakukan penelitian ini terutama mengenai teknologi yang terbaru ini. Ya. Oke, this is for Mrs. Cintana.
Yeah.
Okay, the certificate of appreciation and the package. Thank you very much. Yeah. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the discussion session. We will continue with the next session after the break with another interesting and outstanding speaker from Poltekkes Bandung. We have Mrs. Verina and Mrs. Sri Mulyati, and we will continue after the break, and Mrs. Juju will lead the discussion for the next question, for the next session. Hello, Mrs. Sintana and Mrs. Sansia. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
will
Bye bye.
we will visit you in
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, visit us anytime, Mrs. Sansia.
Okay.
And okay, you are very
Thank you.
welcome to come to Indonesia, to Bandung.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Because we are going to conduct a free a course, so maybe we need collaboration with you all, and maybe I'm going to send my student to your university for the clinical placement, something like that. Thank you so much.
Okay, of course. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you very
come
much.
See you.
anytime. Okay, Mrs. Sansia.
Okay. See you.
Okay. Mrs. Sintana, thank you. Dadah dulu, Pak Ali mana? Eh, itu belum di unmute.
Yeah,
Udah pergi
Achan,
ya.
thank you, Achan. Hopefully, we can see you again and meet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you very much. And please give my regard to Aju. Okay.
Yes,
Pak Aju.
yes,
Sorry.
Achan. Yes, Achan,
Oh,
of
Aju
course.
too.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. About Yeni, Achan, I'm very sorry. She was passed away 6 years ago, and then maybe the information didn't you. Sorry
Haven't
about
reached
that.
you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, so sorry to hear about Yenny. I heard
Yeah.
about it, but I wasn't sure that it's the truth.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
So
Sawadee
you,
krap,
you,
Achan.
Mrs.
Yeah,
Sintana,
thank you, Mrs.
Pak
Santana.
Ali. Yeah.
thank you for invitation.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
See you for the next collaboration, Mrs. Sintana.
Yes, yes. Actually, I think yeah, we visit your university, right? Long
Oh,
time ago.
long time ago. We will
Mm.
wait for your another visit from you.
Yes, yes, long time ago that we
Yeah.
visit
Yeah.
the Bandung Polytechnic, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bandung
Please
Health
visit
Technique.
us again next
Please,
time. Yeah.
Achan.
Yes. Yes.
Ya, nanti dijamu sama Pak Ali.
Siap, siap. Ya, udah
Oke.
lama sih nggak ketemu nih sama Achan saya nih, 16 tahun lebih.
Iya, tuh.
Ya,
Udah
Achan,
pernah
please come
banyak.
to our institution, Achan. We are very
Yes, yes.
happy with you come to us.
Okay. Okay,
Ya,
thank you very much.
Thank you very
Yeah, thank you.
much. Oke. Oke, for all the audience.
Saya
Ya?
izin lab ya, Bu ya. Saya izin lab ya.
Oh, udah belum dipotong gitu? Oh, belum difoto. Maaf. Udah nggak? Panitia tadi udah moto belum? Udah? Oke. Do you committee, I'm sorry. Do we have to have a photo session or not? Oke. Ada nggak panitia?
Dihitung aja Ibu.
Oh, sudah. Sudah ya? Sudah berarti ya?
Sudah Bu Santi.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for the next agenda, I will return the event to the master of the ceremony. I'm Santi Sofianti. Thank you for all your attention. I'm sorry if any mistake or any unanswered question for the session. I will have to say this is very insightful session for me. I hope you will also have the inspiration from this session. Okay, thank you very much. Back to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nah, the MC, I will return this to you. Okay, goodbye. Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, the speaker from the USA Taiwan and Malaysia has delivered for us and may can be motivation for us as a midwife. Amin, amin, ya rabbal alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the next agenda, allow us to give appreciation symbol to the moderator, Mrs. Santi Sofiani and the PDMS to moderator and the division. You are welcome to take the picture. Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have joined the event for a whole day and see a lot of speakers who will deliver the material and discussion session. Before that, we will tell you something about our sponsor from Dapur Agnes. It's a medical store. So if you all want to buy all of the medical things, you can buy in Dapur Agnes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, because we have enjoyed limited time, therefore we invite all attendees to take a break to perform midday prayers and have lunch. The discussion will resume at 12:30. Thank you.
Sekarang toko alat kesehatan di Cibinong sudah buka kembali. Pasti penasaran ya, kok sekarang perasaan kemarin bukan itu deh namanya. Iya betul. Ya alat kesehatan yang tentunya dalam wajah baru ini kami menyediakan semua alat yang produknya berkualitas dan pastinya sudah mendapatkan izin dari Kemenkes. Jadi buat kalian yang butuh alat-alat bisa datang, produknya sangat lengkap banget. Untuk alamatnya kok yaitu di Jalan KSR Dadi Kusmayadi nomor 5 Dekat. Jangan lupa datang ke sini ya. Terima kasih.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bandung adalah program studi keperawatan Bogor. Jurusan Kebidanan Bandung. Program studi Kebidanan Bogor. Jurusan Kebidanan Karawang. Jurusan Analis Kesehatan. Jurusan Gizi. Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan. Jurusan Keperawatan Gigi. Jurusan
Halo guys, sekarang toko alat kesehatan di Cibinong sudah buka kembali. Pasti penasaran ya, kok sekarang nama tokonya beda? Perasaan kemarin bukan itu deh namanya. Iya betul, sekarang toko kami hadir dengan wajah baru, yaitu Dapur Atpia Alat Kesehatan. Yang tentunya dalam wajah baru ini, kami menyediakan semua alat-alat kesehatan yang produknya berkualitas dan pastinya sudah mendapatkan izin dari Kemenkes. Jadi, buat kalian yang butuh alat-alat kesehatan, bisa datang ke Dapur Atpia. Karena di sini produk-produknya sangat lengkap banget dan harganya pun sangat terjangkau. Untuk alamatnya masih di tempat yang sama kok, yaitu di Jalan KSR Dadi Kusmayadi nomor 5, depan RSUD Cibinong, Jawa Barat. Jangan lupa datang ke sini ya. Terima kasih.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bandung adalah institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi milik Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia yang merupakan unit pelaksana teknis atau UPT dari Badan Pengembangan dan Pemberdayaan Sumber Daya Manusia Kesehatan atau BPPSDM Kesehatan yang memiliki jurusan Keperawatan Bandung, Program Studi Keperawatan Bogor, Jurusan Kebidanan Bandung, Program Studi Kebidanan Bogor, Jurusan Kebidanan Karawang, Jurusan Analis Kesehatan, Jurusan Gizi, Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan, Jurusan Keperawatan Gigi, Jurusan Farmasi, Jurusan Promosi Kesehatan. Berdiri tahun 2001, akademi-akademi milik Kementerian Kesehatan di wilayah Jawa Barat bersatu menyelenggarakan pendidikan vokasional di bidang kesehatan. Pimpinan dan pengelola serta seluruh sivitas Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung berkomitmen untuk mendirikan institusi yang unggul, berdaya saing regional, nasional maupun internasional. Komitmen tersebut tertuang dalam visi institusi, yaitu menjadi perguruan tinggi kesehatan yang unggul dalam teknologi terapan, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing internasional. Dalam mencapai visi tersebut dilakukan dengan 7 misi, yaitu: pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang berkarakter nasional dan berwawasan global sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu dan teknologi terapan bidang kesehatan. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium kesehatan yang menunjang kegiatan praktik mahasiswa dalam meningkatkan kemampuan dilengkapi dengan peralatan yang canggih. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung juga menyelenggarakan kegiatan praktik kerja lapangan terpadu atau PKNT yang berbasis interprofessional education, di mana semua jurusan berkolaborasi dalam menangani masalah kesehatan di masyarakat. Kedua, menyelenggarakan penelitian yang inovatif dengan mengembangkan potensi bahan lokal dan berbasis teknologi terapan. Melalui penelitian terapan yang menghasilkan produk inovatif dan dapat dirasakan manfaat oleh masyarakat, hingga terwujudlah misi ketiga, yaitu menyelenggarakan inovasi pengabdian masyarakat melalui pemberdayaan masyarakat dengan berbasis hasil penelitian dalam rangka penguatan pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Keempat, menyelenggarakan kerjasama dengan pemangku kepentingan baik nasional maupun internasional dengan prinsip saling menguntungkan dan kemajuan bersama. Melalui pembelajaran dengan dosen tamu, praktik kerja lapangan, studi banding, kerjasama inovasi produk, ataupun penyerapan lulusan Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung. Kelima, membentuk karakter bekerja dengan hati, kepemimpinan, dan entrepreneurship baik untuk pegawai dan mahasiswa. Keenam, mengembangkan pendidikan dan program studi baru dalam rangka memenuhi tuntutan perkembangan pelayanan kesehatan melalui capaian bertambahnya prodi baru berdasarkan kebutuhan tenaga kerja di lapangan. Ketujuh, meningkatkan sumber daya yang berintegritas dalam rangka terselenggaranya tata kelola yang baik dan bersih dengan menerapkan prinsip transparan dan akuntabel sebagai BLU pendidikan. Untuk mewujudkannya, manajemen dipantau dan dievaluasi melalui penjaminan mutu eksternal yang dilakukan oleh Ban PT, LAM Poltekkes, dan SAI Global. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium yang merupakan salah satu laboratorium jejaring untuk pemeriksaan COVID-19 melalui keputusan Kesehatan nomor 405 tahun 2020. Penunjukan ini ditindaklanjuti dengan MOU antara pemerintah daerah Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung pada Mei 2020. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung turut berkontribusi dalam upaya pencegahan penyebaran virus corona melalui berbagai kegiatan, diantaranya menyelenggarakan gebiar vaksin COVID-19 dan sebagai sentra vaksin COVID-19 di Kota Bandung. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung aktif di berbagai kegiatan secara regional, nasional, dan internasional, baik sebagai peserta, narasumber, penyelenggara kegiatan seperti seminar internasional, dan mengikuti kompetisi untuk meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja baik dosen, tenaga kependidikan, maupun mahasiswa, dan mendapatkan prestasi diantaranya dosen berprestasi, bendahara BLU berprestasi, pustakawan berprestasi, dan mahasiswa berprestasi. Pencapaian lainnya diantaranya peningkatan jumlah pendaftar pada Sipenmaru di setiap tahunnya, kelulusan uji kompetensi mencapai 100%, dan meningkatnya pendapatan BLU.
Bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, Anda meraih sukses.
Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic proudly present. Center of Excellence for Applied Science and Technology for Health Polytechnic is a research center in the Health Polytechnic independently and in collaboration with other institutions that carry out applied health research activities. These are some of our products. Development strategies of Center of Excellence. First, institutional strengthening, such as decree, vision, mission, guidelines, roadmap, SOP, building and exhibition venue. Second, research and development and also application of research. They are new research or strengthening of existing research. Third, human resource development, including increasing research skills, production skills, marketing skills, and also training seminars. Fourth, partnership network development, including research and marketing cooperation for domestic and international products. The last, dissemination of research for national, international seminar and product exhibition, and also COE special journal. Membership of Center of Excellence are Department of Medical Laboratory Technology, Department of Environmental Sanitation, Department of Nutrition, Department of Nursing, Department of Pharmacy, Department of Dental Health, Department of Midwifery, Department of Health Promotion, Bogor Nursing Study Program, Bogor Midwifery Study Program, and Karawang Midwifery Study Program. Center of Excellence is one of the organizations that focused on developing and research about science and technology and utilization the local material. Institutional characteristic, they are competitive advantage, strategic value, transfer of technology and knowledge, strong and sustainable institutions, become a national reference, world class, and being the pride of the nation. Field of development of Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic is to be the leading center for the utilization of local materials to improving health degree and community empowerment. The Center of Excellence does not only innovate the use of local products. The product will then be displayed at the exhibition to introduce the innovation product. The Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic actively exhibits the product in the international exhibition or symposium. The institutional synergy in higher education is to capable in the global competitiveness that involved institution, higher education and training, technology readiness, and innovation. In the future, the Center of Excellence is expected to be able to support a nation that is competitive in the world globally.
Bandung Midwifery Department is one of the 8 majors in Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, known as one of the oldest midwifery school in Bandung. Located in Bandung City, Jalan Sederhana Number 2, the heart of West Java Province. Midwifery Department has 3 study programs, namely the Undergraduate of Midwifery Applied Science, the Midwifery Profession Education Program, and the Diploma of Midwifery Program. Midwifery Department has a vision to become a midwifery education institution that has excelled in the application of midwifery technology, has character, and internationally competitive in reproductive health services in 2024. We are committed to realize the vision and mission supported by competent teachers, comfortable learning rooms, complete facilities for any academic activities. Midwifery Department collaborates with many institutions to improve and strengthen the quality of implementation of the three dharma of higher education: the education and teaching, research and innovation, as well as community service.
Bersikap ramah, terampil dan bijak. suatu kerjasama. Keperawatan, kebidanan farmasi, keperawatan gigi, analis prokes gizi, kesehatan lingkungan, di bawah naungan Poltekkes Bandung. Mahasiswa Poltekkes selalu berjuang, bantu masyarakat tingkatkan kesehatan. Tujuan kita membangun bangsa Indonesia sehat sejahtera. Kembangkanlah profesi kita ke seluruh Nusantara. Marilah seluruh warga bidan di kawasan Nusantara berhimpun di dalam satu wadah Ikatan Bidan Indonesia, membela dan setia mengamalkan ajaran Pancasila, bekerja dengan tulus ikhlas mengabdi mengemban amanat bangsa. Ingatlah sumpah jabatan kita kepada Tuhan yang kita ikrarkan bersama, selalu jadikan pegangan. Janganlah membuat perbedaan terhadap miskin kaya. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada. Ingatlah sumpah jabatan kita kepada Tuhan yang kita ikrarkan bersama, selalu jadikan pegangan. Janganlah membuat perbedaan terhadap miskin kaya. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada. Tani mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota bersatu padu rebut demokrasi, gegap gempita dalam satu suara demi tugas suci yang mulia. Hari-hari esok adalah milik kita, terciptanya masyarakat sejahtera, terbentuknya tatanan masyarakat Indonesia baru tanpa korban. Marilah kawan, mari kita kabarkan, di tangan kita tergenggam arah bangsa. Marilah kawan, mari kita nyanyikan sebuah lagu tentang pembebasan di bawah kuasa tirani. Ku susuri garis jalan ini, berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Tani mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota bersatu padu rebut demokrasi, gegap gempita dalam satu suara demi tugas suci yang mulia. Hari-hari esok adalah milik kita, terciptanya masyarakat sejahtera, terbentuknya tatanan masyarakat Indonesia baru tanpa orba. Marilah kawan, mari kita kabarkan, di tangan kita tergenggam arah bangsa. Marilah kawan, mari kita nyanyikan sebuah lagu tentang pembebasan di bawah kuasa tirani. Kususuri garis jalan ini, berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Bagiku satu langkah pasti.
우리 단둘이서 같이 한번 해볼래
Legends on 3, 2, 1.
Halo guys, sekarang toko alat kesehatan di Cibinong sudah buka kembali. Pasti penasaran ya, kok sekarang nama tokonya beda? Perasaan kemarin bukan itu deh namanya. Iya betul, sekarang toko kami hadir dengan wajah baru, yaitu Dapur Atpia Alat Kesehatan. Yang tentunya dalam wajah baru ini, kami menyediakan semua alat-alat kesehatan yang produknya berkualitas dan pastinya sudah mendapatkan izin dari Kemenkes. Jadi, buat kalian yang butuh alat-alat kesehatan, bisa datang ke Dapur Atpia. Karena di sini produk-produknya sangat lengkap banget dan harganya pun sangat terjangkau. Untuk alamatnya masih di tempat yang sama kok, yaitu di Jalan KSR Dadi Kusmayadi nomor 5, depan RSUD Cibinong, Jawa Barat. Jangan lupa datang ke sini ya. Terima kasih.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bandung adalah institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi milik Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia yang merupakan unit pelaksana teknis atau UPT dari Badan Pengembangan dan Pemberdayaan Sumber Daya Manusia Kesehatan atau BPPSDM Kesehatan yang memiliki jurusan Keperawatan Bandung, program studi Keperawatan Bogor, jurusan Kebidanan Bandung, program studi Kebidanan Bogor, jurusan Kebidanan Karawang, jurusan Analis Kesehatan, jurusan Gizi, jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan, jurusan Keperawatan Gigi, jurusan Farmasi, jurusan Promosi Kesehatan. Berdiri tahun 2001, akademi-akademi milik Kementerian Kesehatan di wilayah Jawa Barat bersatu menyelenggarakan pendidikan vokasional di bidang kesehatan. Pimpinan dan pengelola beserta seluruh sivitas Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung berkomitmen untuk mendirikan institusi yang unggul, berdaya saing regional, nasional maupun internasional, Komitmen tersebut tertuang dalam visi institusi, yaitu menjadi perguruan tinggi kesehatan yang unggul dalam teknologi terapan, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing internasional. Dalam mencapai visi tersebut dilakukan dengan 7 misi, yaitu: pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang berkarakter nasional dan berwawasan global sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu dan teknologi terapan bidang kesehatan. Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium kesehatan yang menunjang kegiatan praktik mahasiswa dalam meningkatkan kemampuan dilengkapi dengan peralatan tinggi. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung juga menyelenggarakan kegiatan praktik kerja lapangan terpadu atau PKLT berbasis interprofessional education, di mana semua jurusan berkolaborasi dalam menangani masalah kesehatan di masyarakat. Kedua, menyelenggarakan penelitian yang inovatif dengan mengembangkan potensi bahan lokal dan berbasis teknologi terapan. Melalui penelitian terapan yang menghasilkan produk inovatif dan dapat dirasakan manfaat oleh masyarakat, hingga terwujudlah misi ketiga, yaitu menyelenggarakan inovasi pengabdian masyarakat melalui pemberdayaan masyarakat dengan berbasis hasil penelitian dalam rangka penguatan pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Menyelenggarakan kerjasama dengan pemangku kepentingan baik nasional maupun internasional dengan prinsip saling menguntungkan dan kemajuan bersama. Melalui pembelajaran dengan dosen tamu, praktik kerja lapangan, studi banding, kerjasama inovasi produk, ataupun penyerapan lulusan Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung. Kelima, membentuk karakter bekerja dengan hati, kepemimpinan, dan entrepreneurship baik untuk pegawai dan mahasiswa. Keenam, mengembangkan pendidikan dan program studi baru dalam rangka memenuhi tuntutan perkembangan pelayanan kesehatan. Melalui pencapaian bertambahnya prodi baru berdasarkan kebutuhan tenaga kerja di lapangan. Ketujuh, meningkatkan sumber daya yang berintegritas dalam rangka terselenggaranya tata kelola yang baik dan bersih dengan menerapkan prinsip transparan dan akuntabel sebagai BLU pendidikan. Untuk mewujudkannya, manajemen dipantau dan dievaluasi melalui waktu eksternal yang dilakukan oleh BAN PT, LAM Tetekes, dan SAI Global. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium yang merupakan salah satu laboratorium jejaring untuk pemeriksaan COVID-19 melalui keputusan Menteri Kesehatan nomor 405 tahun 2020. Penunjukan ini ditindaklanjuti dengan MOU antara pemerintah daerah Kota Cimahi dengan Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung pada Mei 2020. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung turut berkontribusi dalam upaya pencegahan penyebaran virus corona melalui berbagai kegiatan, diantaranya menyelenggarakan gebiar vaksin COVID-19 dan sebagai sentra vaksin COVID-19 di Kota Bandung. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung aktif di berbagai kegiatan secara regional, nasional, dan internasional, baik sebagai peserta, narasumber, penyelenggara kegiatan seperti seminar internasional, dan mengikuti kompetisi untuk meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja baik dosen, tenaga kependidikan, maupun mahasiswa, dan mendapatkan prestasi diantaranya dosen berprestasi, bendahara BLU berprestasi, pustakawan berprestasi, dan mahasiswa berprestasi. Pencapaian lainnya diantaranya peningkatan jumlah pendaftar pada Sipenmaru di setiap tahunnya, kelulusan uji kompetensi mencapai 100%, dan meningkatnya pendapatan BLU.
Bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, Anda meraih sukses.
Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic proudly present. Center of Excellence for Applied Science and Technology for Health Polytechnic is a research center in the Health Polytechnic independently and in collaboration with other institutions that carry out applied health research activities. These are some of our products. Development strategies of Center of Excellence. First, institutional strengthening, such as decree, vision, mission, guidelines, roadmap, SOP, building, and exhibition. Second, research and development and also application of research. They are new research or strengthening of existing research. Third, human resource development, including increasing research skills, production skills, marketing skills, and also training seminars. Fourth, partnership network development, including research and marketing cooperation for domestic and international products. The last, dissemination of research for national, international seminar and product exhibition, and also COE special journal. Membership of Center of Excellence are Department of Medical Laboratory Technology, Department of Environmental Sanitation, Department of Nutrition, Department of Nursing, Department of Pharmacy, Department of Dental Health, Department of Midwifery, Department of Health Promotion, Bogor Nursing Study Program, Bogor Midwifery Study Program, and Karawang Midwifery Study Program. Center of Excellence is one of the organizations that focused on developing and research about science and technology and utilization the local material. Institutional characteristics. They are competitive advantage, strategic value, transfer of technology and knowledge, strong and sustainable institutions, become a national reference, good class, and being the pride of the nation. Field of development of Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic is to be the leading center for the utilization of local materials to improving health degree and community empowerment. The Center of Excellence does not only innovate the use of local products. The product will then be displayed at the exhibition to introduce the innovation product. The Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic actively exhibits the product in the international exhibition or symposium. The institutional synergy in higher education is to capable in the global competitiveness that involved institution, higher education and training, technology readiness, and innovation. In the future, the Center of Excellence is expected to be able to support a nation that is competitive in the world globally.
Bandung Midwifery Department is one of the 8 majors in Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, also known as one of the oldest midwifery school in Bandung. Located in Bandung City, Jalan Sederhana Number 2, the heart of West Java Province. Midwifery Department has 3 study programs, namely the Undergraduate of Midwifery Applied Science, the Midwifery Profession Education Program, and the Diploma of Midwifery Program. Midwifery Department has a vision to become a midwifery education institution that has excelled in the application of midwifery technology, has character, and internationally competitive in reproductive health services in 2024. We are committed to realize the vision and mission supported by competent teachers, comfortable learning rooms, complete facilities for any academic activities. Midwifery department collaborates with many institutions to improve and strengthen the quality of implementation of the three dharma of higher education: the education and teaching, research and innovation, as well as community service.
Politeknik Kesehatan milik kita terdiri dari berbagai profesi, mendidik dan menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang handal sebagai abdi kesehatan. Mari kita jadi teladan. Hai mahasiswa Poltekkes Bandung tercinta, bersikap ramah, terampil dan bijaksana, warnai profesi kita dengan kedisiplinan, menjadi acuan kita, menjalin suatu kerjasama. Keperawatan, kebidanan, farmasi, keperawatan gigi, analis prokes gizi, kesehatan lingkungan, di bawah naungan Poltekkes Bandung. Mahasiswa Poltekkes selalu berjuang, bantu masyarakat tingkatkan kesehatan. Tujuan kita membangun bangsa Indonesia sehat sejahtera. Kembangkanlah profesi kita ke seluruh Nusantara. Marilah seluruh warga bidan di kawasan Nusantara berhimpun di dalam satu wadah Ikatan Bidan Indonesia, membela dan setia mengamalkan ajaran Pancasila, bekerja dengan tulus ikhlas mengabdi mengemban amanat bangsa. mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota, bersatu padu rebut demokrasi, gegap gempita dalam satu suara, demi tugas suci yang mulia. Hari-hari esok adalah milik kita, terciptanya masyarakat sejahtera, terbentuknya tatanan masyarakat Indonesia baru tanpa orba. Marilah kawan, mari kita kabarkan, di tangan kita tergenggam arah bangsa. Marilah kawan, mari kita nyanyikan sebuah lagu tentang pembebasan di bawah kuasa tirani. Ku susuri garis jalan ini, berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Tani mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota, bersatu padu rebut demokrasi, gegap gempita dalam satu suara, demi tugas suci yang mulia. Hari-hari esok adalah milik kita, terciptanya masyarakat sejahtera, terbentuknya tatanan masyarakat Indonesia baru tanpa orba. Marilah kawan, mari kita kabarkan, di tangan kita tergenggam arah bangsa. Marilah kawan, mari kita nyanyikan sebuah lagu tentang pembebasan di bawah kuasa tirani. Ku susuri garis jalan ini, berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Bagiku satu langkah pasti.
우리 단둘이서 같이 한번 해볼래 해볼래 해볼래.
Legends on 3, 2, 1.
Halo guys, sekarang toko alat kesehatan di Cibinong sudah buka kembali. Pasti penasaran ya, kok sekarang nama tokonya beda? Perasaan kemarin bukan itu deh namanya. Iya betul, sekarang toko kami dengan wajah baru, yaitu Dapur Atpia Alat Kesehatan. Yang tentunya dengan wajah baru ini, kami menyediakan semua alat-alat kesehatan yang produknya berkualitas dan pastinya sudah mendapatkan izin dari Kemenkes. Jadi, buat kalian yang butuh alat-alat kesehatan, bisa datang ke Dapur Atpia. Karena di sini produk-produknya sangat lengkap banget dan harganya pun sangat terjangkau. Untuk alamatnya masih di tempat yang sama kok, yaitu di Jalan KSR Dadi Kusmayadi nomor 5, depan RSUD Cibinong, Jawa Barat. Jangan lupa datang ke sini ya. Terima kasih.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bandung adalah institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi milik Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia yang merupakan unit pelaksana teknis atau UPT dari Badan Pengembangan dan Pemberdayaan Sumber Daya Manusia Kesehatan atau BPPSDM Kesehatan yang memiliki jurusan Keperawatan Bandung. Program Studi Keperawatan Bogor. Jurusan Kebidanan Bandung. Program Studi Kebidanan Bogor. Jurusan Kebidanan Karawang. Jurusan Analis Kesehatan. Jurusan Gizi. Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan. Jurusan Keperawatan Gigi. Jurusan Farmasi. Jurusan Promosi Kesehatan. Berdiri tahun 2001, akademi-akademi milik Kementerian Kesehatan di wilayah Jawa Barat bersatu menyelenggarakan pendidikan vokasional di bidang kesehatan. Pimpinan dan pengelola beserta seluruh sivitas Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung berkomitmen untuk mendirikan institusi yang unggul, berdaya saing regional, nasional maupun internasional. Komitmen tersebut tertuang dalam visi institusi, yaitu menjadi perguruan tinggi kesehatan yang unggul dalam teknologi terapan, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing internasional. Dalam mencapai visi tersebut dilakukan dengan 7 misi, yaitu: pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang berkarakter nasional dan berwawasan global sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu dan teknologi terapan bidang kesehatan. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium kesehatan yang menunjang kegiatan praktik mahasiswa dalam meningkatkan kemampuan dilengkapi dengan peralatan yang canggih. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung juga menyelenggarakan kegiatan praktik kerja lapangan terpadu atau PKNT yang berbasis interprofessional education, di mana semua jurusan berkolaborasi dalam menangani masalah kesehatan di masyarakat. Kedua, menyelenggarakan penelitian yang inovatif dengan mengembangkan potensi bahan lokal dan berbasis teknologi terapan. Melalui penelitian terapan yang menghasilkan produk inovatif dan dapat dirasakan manfaat oleh masyarakat, hingga terwujudlah misi ketiga, yaitu menyelenggarakan inovasi pengabdian masyarakat melalui pemberdayaan masyarakat dengan berbasis hasil penelitian dalam rangka penguatan pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Keempat, menyelenggarakan kerjasama dengan pemangku kepentingan baik nasional maupun internasional dengan prinsip saling menguntungkan dan kemajuan bersama. Melalui pembelajaran dengan dosen tamu, praktik kerja lapangan, studi banding, kerjasama inovasi produk, ataupun penyerapan lulusan Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung. Kelima, membentuk karakter bekerja dengan hati, kepemimpinan, dan entrepreneurship baik untuk pegawai dan mahasiswa. Keenam, mengembangkan pendidikan dan program studi baru dalam rangka memenuhi tuntutan perkembangan pelayanan kesehatan melalui capaian bertambahnya prodi baru berdasarkan kebutuhan tenaga kerja di lapangan. Ketujuh, meningkatkan sumber daya yang berintegritas dalam rangka terselenggaranya tata kelola yang baik dan bersih dengan menerapkan prinsip transparan dan akuntabel sebagai BLU pendidikan. Untuk mewujudkannya, manajemen dipantau dan dievaluasi melalui penjaminan mutu eksternal yang dilakukan oleh Ban PT, Lam Tetekes, dan SAI Global. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium yang merupakan salah satu laboratorium jejaring untuk pemeriksaan COVID-19 melalui keputusan Menteri Kesehatan nomor 405 tahun 2020. Penunjukan ini ditindaklanjuti dengan MOU antara pemerintah daerah Kota Cimahi dengan Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung pada Mei 2020. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung turut berkontribusi dalam upaya pencegahan penyebaran virus corona melalui berbagai kegiatan, di antaranya menyelenggarakan gebiar vaksin COVID-19 dan sebagai sentra vaksin COVID-19 di Kota Bandung. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung aktif di berbagai kegiatan secara regional, nasional, dan internasional, baik sebagai peserta, narasumber, penyelenggara kegiatan seperti seminar internasional, dan mengikuti kompetisi untuk meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja baik dosen, tenaga kependidikan, maupun mahasiswa, dan mendapatkan prestasi diantaranya dosen berprestasi, bendahara BLU berprestasi, pustakawan berprestasi, dan mahasiswa berprestasi. Pencapaian lainnya diantaranya peningkatan jumlah pendaftar pada Sipenmaru di setiap tahunnya, kelulusan uji kompetensi mencapai 100%, dan meningkatnya pendapatan BLU.
Bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, Anda meraih sukses.
Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic proudly present. Center of Excellence for Applied Science and Technology for Health Polytechnic is a research center in the Health Polytechnic independently and in collaboration with other institutions that carry out applied health research activities. These are some of our products. Development strategies of Center of Excellence. First, institutional strengthening, such as decree, vision, mission, guidelines, roadmap, SOP, building and exhibition venue. Second, research and development and also application of research. They are new research or strengthening of existing research. Third, human resource development, including increasing research skills, production skills, marketing skills, and also training seminars. Fourth, partnership network development, including research and marketing cooperation for domestic and international products. The last, dissemination of research for national, international seminar and product exhibition, and also COE special journal. Membership of Center of Excellence are Department of Medical Laboratory Technology, Department of Environmental Sanitation, Department of Nutrition, Department of Nursing, Department of Pharmacy, Department of Dental Health, Department of Midwifery, Department of Health Promotion, Bogor Nursing Study Program, Bogor Midwifery Study Program, and Karawang Midwifery Study Program. Center of Excellence is one of the organizations that focused on developing and research about science and technology and utilization the local material. Institutional characteristic, they are competitive advantage, strategic value, transfer of technology and knowledge, strong and sustainable institutions, become a national reference, world class, and being the pride of the nation. Field of development of Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic is to be the leading center for the utilization of local materials to improving health degree and community empowerment. The Center of Excellence does not only innovate the use of local products. The product will then be displayed at the exhibition to introduce the innovation product. The Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic actively exhibits the product in the international exhibition or symposium. The institutional synergy in higher education is to capable in the global competitiveness that involved institution, higher education and training, technology readiness, and innovation. In the future, the Center of Excellence is expected to be able to support a nation that is competitive in the world globally.
Midwifery Department is one of the 8 majors in Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, also known as one of the oldest midwifery school in Bandung. Located in Bandung City, Jalan Sederhana Number 2, the heart of West Java Province. The department has 3 study programs, namely the undergraduate of midwifery applied science, the midwifery profession education program, and the diploma of midwifery program. Midwifery department has a vision to become a midwifery education institution that has excelled in the application of midwifery technology, has character, and internationally competitive in reproductive health services in 2024. We are committed to realize the vision and mission supported by competent teachers, comfortable learning rooms, complete facilities for any academic activities. Midwifery department collaborates with many institutions to improve and strengthen the quality of implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education: the education and teaching, research and innovation, as well as community service.
Politeknik Kesehatan milik kita terdiri dari berbagai profesi, mendidik dan menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang handal sebagai abdi kesehatan. Mari kita jadi teladan. Hai mahasiswa Poltekkes Bandung tercinta, bersikap ramah, terampil dan bijaksana, warnai profesi kita dengan kedisiplinan, menjadi acuan kita, menjalin suatu kerjasama. Keperawatan, kebidanan, farmasi, keperawatan gigi, analis prokes gizi, kesehatan lingkungan, di bawah naungan Poltekkes Bandung. Ingatlah sumpah jabatan kita kepada Tuhan yang kita ikrarkan bersama, selalu jadikan pegangan. Janganlah membuat perbedaan terhadap miskin kaya. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada. Ingatlah sumpah jabatan kita kepada Tuhan yang kita ikrarkan bersama, selalu jadikan pegangan. Janganlah membuat perbedaan terhadap miskin kaya. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada.
Tani mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota, bersatu padu rebut demokrasi, gegap gempita dalam satu suara, tugas suci yang mulia. Hari-hari esok adalah milik kita, terciptanya masyarakat sejahtera, terbentuknya tatanan masyarakat Indonesia baru tanpa Orba. Marilah kawan, mari kita kabarkan, di tangan kita tergenggam arah bangsa. Marilah kawan, mari kita nyanyikan sebuah lagu tentang pembebasan di bawah kuasa tirani. Kususuri garis jalan ini, berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Tani mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota, bersatu padu rebut demokrasi, gegap gempita dalam satu suara, demi tugas suci yang mulia. Hari-hari esok adalah milik kita, terciptanya masyarakat sejahtera, terbentuknya tatanan masyarakat Indonesia baru tanpa Orba. Marilah kawan, mari kita kabarkan, di tangan kita tergenggam arah bangsa. Marilah kawan, mari kita nyanyikan sebuah lagu tentang pembebasan di bawah kuasa tirani. Kususuri garis jalan ini, berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Berjuta kali turun aksi, bagiku satu langkah pasti. Bagiku satu langkah pasti.
우리 단둘이서 같이 한번 해볼래 해볼래 해볼래.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Halo guys, sekarang toko alat kesehatan di Cibinong sudah buka kembali. Pasti penasaran ya, kok sekarang nama tokonya beda? Perasaan kemarin bukan itu deh namanya. Iya betul, sekarang toko kami hadir dengan wajah baru, yaitu Dapur Atpia Alat Kesehatan. Yang tentunya dengan wajah baru ini, kami menyediakan semua alat-alat kesehatan yang produknya berkualitas dan pastinya sudah mendapatkan izin dari Kemenkes. Jadi, buat kalian yang butuh alat-alat kesehatan, bisa datang ke Dapur Atpia. Karena di sini produk-produknya sangat lengkap banget dan harganya pun sangat terjangkau. Untuk alamatnya masih di tempat yang sama kok, yaitu di Jalan KSR Dadi Kusmayadi nomor 5, depan RSUD Cibinong, Jawa Barat. Jangan lupa datang ke sini ya. Terima kasih.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Bandung adalah institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi milik Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia yang merupakan unit pelaksana teknis atau UPT dari Badan Pengembangan dan Pemberdayaan Sumber Daya Manusia Kesehatan atau BPPSDM Kesehatan yang memiliki jurusan Keperawatan Bandung, Program Studi Keperawatan Bogor, Jurusan Kebidanan Bandung, Program Studi Kebidanan Bogor, Jurusan Kebidanan Karawang, Jurusan Analis Kesehatan, Jurusan Gizi, Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan, Jurusan Keperawatan Gigi, Jurusan Farmasi, Jurusan Promosi Kesehatan. Berdiri tahun 2001, akademi-akademi milik Kementerian Kesehatan di wilayah Jawa Barat bersatu menyelenggarakan pendidikan vokasional di bidang kesehatan. Pimpinan dan pengelola beserta seluruh sivitas Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung berkomitmen untuk mendirikan institusi yang unggul, berdaya saing regional, nasional maupun internasional. Komitmen tersebut tertuang dalam visi institusi, yaitu menjadi perguruan tinggi kesehatan yang unggul dalam teknologi terapan, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing internasional. Dalam mencapai visi tersebut dilakukan dengan 7 misi, yaitu: pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang berkarakter nasional dan berwawasan global sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu dan teknologi terapan bidang kesehatan. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium kesehatan yang menunjang kegiatan praktik mahasiswa dalam meningkatkan kemampuan dilengkapi dengan peralatan yang canggih. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung juga menyelenggarakan kegiatan praktik kerja lapangan terpadu atau PKNT yang berbasis interprofessional education, di mana semua jurusan berkolaborasi dalam menangani masalah kesehatan di masyarakat. Kedua, menyelenggarakan penelitian yang inovatif dengan mengembangkan potensi bahan lokal dan berbasis teknologi terapan. Melalui penelitian terapan yang menghasilkan produk inovatif dan dapat dirasakan manfaat oleh masyarakat, hingga terwujudlah misi ketiga, yaitu menyelenggarakan inovasi pengabdian masyarakat melalui pemberdayaan masyarakat dengan basis hasil penelitian dalam rangka penguatan pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Keempat, menyelenggarakan kerjasama dengan pemangku kepentingan baik nasional maupun internasional dengan prinsip saling menguntungkan dan kemajuan bersama. Melalui Melalui pembelajaran dengan dosen tamu, praktik kerja lapangan, studi banding, kerjasama inovasi produk, ataupun penyerapan lulusan Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung. Kelima, membentuk karakter bekerja dengan hati, kepemimpinan, dan entrepreneurship baik untuk pegawai dan mahasiswa. Keenam, mengembangkan pendidikan dan program studi baru dalam rangka memenuhi tuntutan perkembangan pelayanan kesehatan melalui capaian bertambahnya prodi baru berdasarkan kebutuhan tenaga kerja di lapangan. Ketujuh, meningkatkan sumber daya yang berintegritas dalam rangka terselenggaranya tata kelola yang baik dan bersih dengan menerapkan prinsip transparan dan akuntabel sebagai BLU pendidikan. Untuk mewujudkan manajemen dipantau dan dievaluasi melalui penjaminan mutu eksternal yang dilakukan oleh BAN PT, LAM Tetekkes, dan SAI Global. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung memiliki laboratorium yang merupakan salah satu laboratorium jejaring untuk pemeriksaan COVID-19. Melalui keputusan Menteri Kesehatan nomor 405 tahun 2020, penunjukan ini ditindaklanjuti dengan MOU antara pemerintah daerah Kota Cimahi dengan Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung pada Mei 2020. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung turut berkontribusi dalam upaya pencegahan penyebaran virus corona melalui berbagai kegiatan, diantaranya menyelenggarakan gebiar vaksin COVID-19 dan sebagai sentra vaksin COVID-19 di Kota Bandung. Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung aktif di berbagai kegiatan secara regional, nasional, dan internasional, baik sebagai peserta, narasumber, penyelenggara kegiatan seperti seminar internasional, dan mengikuti kompetisi untuk meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja baik dosen, tenaga kependidikan, maupun mahasiswa, dan mendapatkan prestasi diantaranya dosen berprestasi, bendahara BLU berprestasi, pustakawan berprestasi, dan mahasiswa berprestasi. Pencapaian lainnya diantaranya peningkatan jumlah pendaftar pada Sipenmaru di setiap tahunnya, kelulusan uji kompetensi mencapai 100%, dan meningkatnya pendapatan BLU.
Bersama Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, Anda meraih sukses.
Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic proudly present. Center of Excellence for Applied Science and Technology for Health Polytechnic is a research center in the Health Polytechnic independently and in collaboration with other institutions that carry out applied health research activities. These are some of our products. Development strategies of Center of Excellence. First, institutional strengthening, such as decree, vision, mission, guidelines, roadmap, SOP, building and exhibition venue. Second, research and development and also application of research. They are new research or strengthening of existing research. Third, human resource development, including increasing research skills, production skills, marketing skills, and also training seminars. Fourth, partnership network development, including research and marketing cooperation for domestic and international products. The last, dissemination of research for national, international seminar and product exhibition, and COE special journal. Membership of Center of Excellence are Department of Medical Laboratory Technology, Department of Environmental Sanitation, Department of Nutrition, Department of Nursing, Department of Pharmacy, Department of Dental Health, Department of Midwifery, Department of Health Promotion, Bogor Nursing Study Program, Bogor Midwifery Study Program, and Karawang Midwifery Study Program. Center of Excellence is one of the organizations that focused on developing and research about science and technology and utilization the local material. Institutional characteristic, they are competitive advantage, strategic value, transfer of technology and knowledge, strong and sustainable institutions, become a national reference, world class, and being the pride of the nation. Field of development of Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic is to be the leading center for the utilization of local materials to improving health degree and community empowerment. The Center of Excellence does not only innovate the use of local products. The product will then be displayed at the exhibition to introduce the innovation product. The Center of Excellence Bandung Health Polytechnic actively exhibits the product in the international exhibition or symposium. The institutional synergy in higher education is to capable in the global competitiveness that involved institution, higher education and training, technology readiness, and innovation. Is expected to be able to support a nation that is competitive in the world globally.
Bandung Midwifery Department is one of the 8 majors in Poltekkes Kemenkes Bandung, also known as one of the oldest midwifery school in Bandung. Located in Bandung City, Jalan Sederhana Number 2, the heart of Midwifery Department has 3 study programs, namely the undergraduate of midwifery science, the midwifery program, and the diploma of midwifery program. Midwifery Department has a vision to become a midwifery education institution that has excelled in the application of midwifery technology, has character, and internationally support. We are committed to realize the vision and mission supported by competent teachers, comfortable learning rooms, complete facilities for any academic activities. Midwifery Department collaborates with many institutions to improve and strengthen the quality of implementation of the 3 Dharma of higher education: the education and teaching, research and innovation, as community service.
kasih kita ke seluruh Nusantara. Marilah seluruh warga bidan di kawasan Nusantara berhimpun di dalam satu wadah Ikatan Bidan Indonesia, membela dan setia mengamalkan ajaran Pancasila, bekerja dengan tulus ikhlas mengabdi mengemban amanat bangsa. Ingatlah sumpah jabatan kita kepada Tuhan yang kita ikrarkan bersama, selalu jadikan pegangan. Janganlah membuat perbedaan terhadap miskin kaya. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada. Ingatlah sumpah jabatan kita kepada Tuhan yang kita ikrarkan bersama, selalu jadikan pegangan. Janganlah membuat perbedaan terhadap miskin kaya. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada. Tugas sucimu sebagai penyelamat seluruh wanita dibayar pada.
Tani mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota bersatu padu rebut demokrasi, gegap gempita dalam satu suara demi tugas suci yang mulia. Hari-hari esok adalah milik kita, terciptanya masyarakat sejahtera, terbentuknya tatanan masyarakat Indonesia baru tanpa Orba. Marilah, mari kita kabarkan di tangan kita tergenggam arah bangsa. Marilah kawan, mari kita nyanyikan sebuah lagu tentang pembebasan di bawah kuasa tirani. Ku susuri garis jalan ini, berjuta kali turun aksi bagi
Dear friends, before we continue the agenda, please join in opening prayer. My dear, for the audience, please join again and open the camera, please. Thank you. Government, we have entered the next agenda, the final discussion with Ms. Sandra Secretary and then from Polkesban Bandung with the theme challenge and development preconception care in the way we practice increase awareness of women and their families for healthy pregnancy. And this included the STM with them the menstrual blood application of mobile technology sahabat remaja to educate ourselves. To lead session, we invite Ms. Juju Sriwenda SFMPH as the moderator of the session. To Ms. Juju, please allow me to read your CV. Her name is Juju Sriwenda SFMPH. As a lecturer home base, program sarjana penerapan kebidanan jurusan kebidanan Bandung. A professional organization is a lecturer home base program sarjana penerapan kebidanan jurusan kebidanan Bandung. Assessor bidan in Lenggate Kesehatan since 2016. Publication already shows all our screen, so many publication from our country. CV of Miss Juju. Now the session will hand over to you, Miss Juju. The time is yours.
Bu Juju suaranya belum ada. Hello, is my voice clear?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are going to enter the second round. I call the two panelists, the fourth speaker and the fifth speaker, Ms. Verina and Ms. Sri Mulyati. Ms. Verina is going to speak about the preconception care, and the Ms. Sri Mulyati is going to talk about the mobile application or mobile technology of the reproductive health, adolescents reproductive health. Okay, Ms. Verina and Ms. Sri Mulyati, are you in the webinar? Are you on Zoom meeting?
Okay, thank you, Miss Juju. Is my voice clear?
Yeah. Okay. Your time is 30 minutes because we have limited time. Okay, now your turn.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to this session in international webinar. Okay, I'm sorry, trouble a little. Okay, is my voice clear?
Yeah, your voice is very clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, before talking about the percussive care, I have to introduce the Miss Verena. She is a midwife lecturer at Polytechnic of Bandung Health Polytechnic. Besides lecture, she also doing some publish, so many publish in the national international journal. You can see on the screen, and beside being published, she also a trainer, especially OSCE, Objective Structure Clinical Examination. Okay, are you ready, Miss Verena?
Okay, Miss Juju. Sorry, the operator still share about Miss Mimoyati. Okay, Miss Juju.
Yeah.
It's
not
it's time for me.
Yeah, it's time for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss Juju and all the committee. This afternoon, I will share about preconception. Let me to share my topic. Have you seen the share screen, Miss Juju?
Yeah.
Okay. My topic today about challenges and development preconception care in midwifery practice to increase awareness of women and their families for healthy pregnancy. You know, today advances in medicine and healthcare have made improvement in health outcome, but actually much more work to be done to address the health needs of the most vulnerable in the population, like pregnant women and children. We know that, especially in Indonesia, in general, there was a decrease in maternal mortality during 1991 until 2015 period from 390 to 305 per 100,000 live births. Even though there has been a downward trend in the maternal mortality rate, but this achievement still failed to achieve the MDGs target of 102 per 100,000 live birth by 2015. The 2015 SUPAS results show that maternal mortality rate is 3 times higher than the MDGs target. We can see from this graphic about maternal mortality rate period 1991 until 2015 in Indonesia. This data from Indonesian Health Profile 2022. From the same source, Indonesian Health Profile 2022, the etiology of maternal mortality rate especially in 2021, based on the cause, maternal death due to bleeding is still the most common cause. Actually, this cause should be prevented with preconception services. Although this cause, COVID-19 is the highest, but we know that period, every country in the world in crisis of pandemic COVID-19. So the most common and direct etiology of morbidity and mortality maternal rate in Indonesia is bleeding or hemorrhage. If we learn about that cause, we know the preventive action about bleeding, it can solve by preconception care, but the pre-wedding guidance from the bridegroom is getting better level of knowledge related to reproductive function and willingness to carry out premarital examination at the nearest health service. But today, they are not getting preconception care from their midwives, physician, or obstetrician. There are still a few, both of the bridegroom, yeah, and women in hot reproductive period. Although some never prepare for their pregnancy, some still said they were not aware of preconception services. Many women with possible medical condition like obesity, age less than 20 years or over 35 years old, or multiparity, etc., that could negatively affect the course of pregnancy, not planned to become pregnant. It's very big problem, I think, yeah? Because it causes unplanned pregnancy, unintended pregnancy. When they pregnant, they get late or no prenatal care. So it it causes a poor birth outcome and also maternal morbidity and mortality and infant morbidity and mortality. I think we must toward to paradigm shift, yeah, of how health is thought of must occur to truly improve women health and parental outcome, like awareness to preventive and preconception care. Actually, health services in pre-pregnancy is not a new thing in health policy. Regulation in Indonesia Ministry of Health number 97 2014 regulate about health services, pre-pregnancy, pregnancy, delivery, and postpartum period. Management
dorok-dok hiji kerupuk dorok-dok hiji dan ayah suka beli nih kerupuk.
Management contraceptive services as well as sexual health services. It's their premarital module, premarital examination services in primary health care, but actually, like analysis before, they not access or maybe they don't know about preconception care. Even preconception care target extend to adolescents, candidate bridegroom, and fertile couple. And adolescents, candidate bridegroom, and fertile couple, they have a physical examination to testing body mass index, vital sign, testing for anemia and malnutrition, testing for sexually transmitted infection, etc. They get vaccination in this program. They get nutritional supplementation, and they get health consultation and other health services. But the awareness of adolescents, candidate or premarital bridegroom, and also fertile couple is few to get these services. In my topic, I show you about how become health pregnancy in every woman when they preconception health and interconception health as a part the well woman health continuum. This new paradigm focus on lifelong continuum on health, healthy woman all the time, which is when a woman is planning her reproductive life, is called preconception and interconception health. When we look at midwifery philosophy and model of midwifery care, which is this philosophy and model of midwifery care as the belief of all midwives in carrying out their roles as care provider, it is important to every midwife to build awareness. Every midwife build awareness to take the biggest part in preconception services. Why? Because this awareness of midwives will encourage active effort that bring forth to effort to promote and provide preconception services. And the midwives awareness, it will also encourage women, mother, their families awareness to take part in preparing for a healthy pregnancy. Yeah. Midwife beliefs make women, mother, and their families belief and awareness. Yeah, we can see in this way when the way of midwife practices is influenced by philosophy, but also by culture in which a midwife works, which can significantly affect decision making and risk threshold. Values and belief, model of care, it's there how the midwife works, and institutional culture with colleague and place of work that affect, influence how and way midwives practices. And this practice also have effect on women and effect on outcome. Yeah. How the challenge and development of preconception care in integration of philosophy and midwifery care model to health transformation in primary healthcare. I say that midwives, as the main and closest care providers for women, they can play an active role in supporting her transformation effort in primary care to improve maternal and child health that is integrated with primary health services according to the human life cycle through promotive and preventive effort for adolescents and pregnant women to prevent stunting. So the midwife, they must encourage themselves to increase their awareness, how to facilitate women, how to empower women, how to companion women, to aware their needs about their health, especially their reproductive health. It's the last from my presentation. The midwife more than just delivery service, but they midwife with women, midwife listen to women, midwife talk with women, and they stay with women. So we must improve our capacity, our ability to get the biggest part in this condition. How we can reduce the maternal mortality and morbidity and infant mortality and morbidity. We must back to our philosophy and our model of midwifery care. Because the philosophy and model of midwifery care is the key, the important key, the essential key for us, every midwife in the worldwide, especially in Indonesia. So the society know us as a midwife. Okay, thank you. I finished my presentation, Miss Juju.
Okay, thank you, Miss Verina. It's very interesting. Miss Verina remind us to back the philosophy of midwifery. Midwife listen, become, and always stand, yeah, by the woman. Yeah, okay. For the participant who want to ask Miss Verina, you can write on the book Google form, yeah, on the chat room. Okay, now to Miss. Okay, for Putri, you can write your Google form, or the next season we open the answer and question session. Okay. Okay. And the second, the second speaker on the second round is Miss Sri Mulyati. Miss Sri Mulyati, are you ready?
Okay. Okay, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Miss
you,
Sri
Mrs.
Mulyati. Yeah. Before talking about your topic, for operator, could you screen the, okay, could you appearance of the CP of Miss Sri Mulyati?
Okay, thank you, Miss Juju. My sound is clear.
Okay, yeah, this the curriculum fit of the Miss Sri Mulyati. She is a head of the midwifery diploma program, and they also lecture with analyst and researcher. So many publication, yeah, who always write of Miss Sri Mulyati. Is
Thank
very
you.
productive of published, yeah, of the her article. Okay, now now is your turn, your time. I'll give you 15 minutes, sorry, 30 minutes, yeah, to explain your topic. Okay, now your turn.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Juju. I want the operator helping me to share my slide. It's very exciting to me to join with you all of you. Thank you. Can the operator share my slide? Yes. And I will explain about application of mobile teknologi sahabat remaja. It's lost again. I'm sorry. Yes, I will explain about the sahabat remaja. That's an application by research that is by me, Sri Mulyati from Kebidanan Bandung, Bandung Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health, and my friend is Yulinda SSTMPH and Mrs. Yuni Nur Hasanah SKEP BDMKes. The application of mobile teknologi sahabat remaja is to educate adolescent health on the premenstrual syndrome. Next, please. Okay, the operator can next the slide. Okay, thank you. We know the adolescent reproductive health problem are complex problem that require good management. One of the reproductive health problem in women in premenstrual syndrome in adolescents. Premenstrual syndrome occurs in 95% of women in their reproductive cycle, including teenager. The result of a study of adolescents in Bandung, Indonesia show that the incidence of premenstrual syndrome was high. It's 54%. Next. Premenstrual syndrome is defined as regular physical and physiological symptom which occur 7-14 days before the menstrual cycle and interfere with several aspects of a woman's life. The results show that the menstrual cycle affects emotional and physical process in all women. The symptoms that occur vary from mild to severe. As many as 50% of women experience severe symptoms that can affect the activity of adolescents. Premenstrual syndrome symptoms in adolescents can affect their performance at school. Premenstrual syndrome affects school activity in adolescents. For example, decreased concentration in learning, disruption of communication with friends, and it's also possible that there is a decrease in learning productivity. Many factors influence premenstrual syndrome, such as personality, anxiety, obesity, physical activity, nutritional intake, and another. The prevalence of premenstrual syndrome is high in adolescents with close personality, high anxiety, excess body weight, lack of exercise, high consumption of sweets, lack of intake of calcium and potassium. Therefore, knowledge, attitudes, and behavior that support adolescents are needed to treat premenstrual syndrome. Adolescent knowledge about the concept of premenstrual syndrome, factors that affect premenstrual syndrome, and treatments to reduce premenstrual syndrome is still lacking. Based on the result of the study, it was found that there was a significant relationship between the knowledge of adolescents and the behavior of coping with premenstrual syndrome. Okay, based on other study, is 81% had less knowledge, and 49% didn't treat premenstrual syndrome of their experience. And then to increase adolescent knowledge about premenstrual syndrome, it's very necessary to develop innovative health education media with multimedia technology. One of the developing multimedia is the Android application, which is applied to mobile phone with the Android operating system. Currently, Android users in Indonesia are ranked fifth in the list of the large smartphone users in the world. Along with current technological development, Android can be used as a media for educating health information, especially for adolescents. Based on this, we as a researcher had a study about health education optimizing of premenstrual syndrome through Android-based application development. We have made an Android application about premenstrual syndrome, which is named Sahabat Remaja. Yes, in your picture, this is a Sahabat Remaja. Get it on Google Play free. This is a slide, and then display of application. The design application has the following appearance. Initial display like this, very nice color, okay? Before starting to use the application, you can sign up with your email and fill the password. Then you can click sign into to enter the application. So you can enter the application if you have the sign up and sign in. And then there are 8 main items on the display, namely anatomy of the reproductive system, menstrual cycle, premenstrual syndrome, measure premenstrual syndrome level, measure mass body index, dysmenorrhea, article, and a question. On this display, you can read about reproductive anatomy of women. And on this application, you can get the information about menstrual cycle, and you can count how long your menstrual cycle periods. It's this like this. You can count it. You can fill the box, put your menstruation in this month and the other month, and you will see how long the menstrual cycle period. And the other picture on this application, you can get the information about premenstrual syndrome such as definition, sign, and symptom, grade of premenstrual syndrome, and prevention and intervention such as nutrition, relaxation, non-pharmacology technique to decrease premenstrual syndrome. Also, you can get the information about level of premenstrual syndrome, and you can count the level of premenstrual syndrome. You can get the information and count the category of body mass index. This application also have the display about dysmenorrhea too. So you can have information about dysmenorrhea. And at the last, at the application, you can get the reading corner. This is contains about anemia, early prevention of breast cancer, and games. Okay, this application is a complete application to provide information to teenagers. So we hope it can be used for teaching, research, and community service. We will continue to develop this application more complete, and I will be developed in English so that it can be used in Indonesia and another country in the world. So please get it on Google Play. It's free and useful for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It's explained for me. I hope it's very useful for you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Juju.
Thank you, Miss
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Sri
wabarakatuh.
Mulyati. Wow, it's very interesting. Yeah, because you research
Thank you.
about the application. Yeah, the technology according
Okay.
to fit. Yeah, a fit of the Poltekkes Bandung vision. Yeah, applied science.
Okay.
Very
Science and
interesting.
technology, Miss.
Yeah, science and technology. Okay,
Applied
now
technology.
yeah, thank you very much for all the speakers. Now we are continuing to the question and answer session. To the participants, if you want to ask to the speaker, you could raise your hand or write on the Google form, yeah, on the chat room. Okay. Oh, okay. There is question for Miss Verina. Miss Verina, could you read the answer? Could you read the question?
Yes, I have. Okay.
Thank
you.
Yeah, could you display this? Okay, the question is from Salma. Yeah, Salma. Yeah. How come you may overcome the challenge to increasing awareness for mothers and their families about healthy pregnancy? Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Miss Juju, and thank you, Salma. Your question very good. Yeah, it's related to my presentation about how midwives overcome the challenge to increasing awareness of mothers and their family about healthy pregnancy. Yeah, I say before about based on midwifery and philosophy. Yeah, before we raise the awareness of women, mothers, and their families, the basic thing that midwives have to do first is they build their belief about philosophy and midwifery model of care in their self. Yeah. Because why? I say before, the awareness of midwife, it will encourage active effort that bring forth to effort to promote and provide preconception services. So the awareness will bring the energy to the midwife to effort to promote and provide preconception services. Of course, it can push the awareness of women, mother, and their family to take part in preparing for a healthy pregnancy. I think like that. So before we motivate women, mother, or their family about healthy pregnancy, we must back to our philosophy, our belief about pregnancy and delivery, or pregnancy and delivery is a normal physiological process. Yeah, so it gives us power, belief, how women also believe this opinion about pregnancy and delivery is a normal physiological process. When they believe, it gives energy, a positive energy, and give positive experience to every woman to get a healthy pregnancy, to get normal physiological birth, and to become a mother. Okay, like that, Miss Juju.
Okay, thank you, Miss Verina. The next question, please. Yes, still Miss Verina.
Okay. Thank you for Miss Raya. Yeah, Miss Raya which effective communication needs to be implemented to increase awareness of women and their families for a healthy pregnancy. I think effective communication is a basic for everything. Basic for everything as a midwife, because becoming a midwife, you must have a good competency of communication. Become a midwife, you can learn everything with your good communication. With good and effective communication, you can relate and you can building relationship with others, especially with women, with their families, to building the trust, so they understand about the midwife thing, the midwife education from effective communication. So the key element of interaction or relationship between women or mother or their family and midwife is effective communication. Like that, Miss Juju?
Okay, thank you, Miss Serena. Okay, the third question, still Miss Verina, for Miss Verina.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A very good question, yeah. I think the basic is have competency about effective communication. As a midwife, is a basic competency to become a midwife, to become a care provider, to become a communicator, to become a community leader as a profile of midwife. Yeah. Which one? Which communication? Yeah. I think all of the technique of communication is important and essential, not only important, but essential. Must have every midwife have a good skill or competency of every technique of communication, from building relationship, building trust, and communication and education, communication and counseling. Before you give counseling, you must have basic communication skills. How to implementation about counseling technique, yeah. To build relationship with women, with mother or their family, yeah. So I think communication interpersonal, communication intrapersonal, yeah. Before interpersonal, you must build your intrapersonal good communication. Communication intrapersonal, communication interpersonal, communication with women, yeah. Communication effective. Every technique of that skill, I think every midwife must get the competencies. Like that, Miss Juju?
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Verina. You think that every type of communication is effective, yeah? Okay, now the from Miss Srimoyati. Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Juju. Yes. The question one, will there always be upgrade on? Yes, of course. We will always upgrade our aplikasi Sahabat Remaja every years. You can update if a new version. We will have the newest version and it's more interactive. It will to be a friend to adolescent, to be a close to the adolescent, and to be interactive to adolescents. Of course, it's my job and our task to to always upgrade this application. And please, all of you can get it in Google Play Store now, and it's free. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Sri Mulyati, she promised ya, she would be always upgrade and update ya about the adolescents application Sahabat Remaja ya, so that the adolescent is not going to be bored about the application. Okay.
Yes, yes, Mrs. Juju, of course. It
Okay,
can be used to, okay, Mrs. Juju, it can use to the teacher or student to have this application in research, in a study, or in the community, activity community. It's very useful.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, is there any question to Ms. Sri
Okay, in
Mulyati?
the question number one, I not yet answered it. Question number one, please. Can you? Okay. The effective way to get adolescent interested to use Sahabat Remaja application is we must always promotion in the adolescent that it's very useful for them. This is a interesting application because the Android is very near to the adolescent now. So we must promote that, and that is and they will be interesting to use that. Thank you, Mrs. Juju.
How you to promote the application to the adolescent? How you to promote?
I promote in Google Play Store, in YouTube, and another media. This media is can be used in national.
Okay,
Thank you, Mrs. Juju.
Okay. Okay, the next question. Is there any question to Miss Sri or Miss Verina? Okay, okay. The committee, there is no question anymore. For the participant who want to ask the speaker, you can raise your hand if you want to talk directly to speakers. Okay. No more question at all for you. Okay, I think it is enough, yeah, because no question anymore. Thank you very much for Ms. Sri Mulyati and Ms. Verina. I want to conclude about the second round of the international webinar. That is, we are a midwife. We have to increase our capacity, our skill, yeah, skill communication, skill to examine or anything skill, yeah, to support our competency. And thank you very much for all of the audience who always join with us on the holiday, because yeah, Saturday is holiday. Thank you very much again for all the community on the support. Yeah, thank you very much. Alhamdulillah, amin. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. I go back to the master of ceremony. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Juju and all of committee.
You're welcome. Thank you.
sorry, Miss Juju, Miss Serena, and Miss Srimulyani to take a picture together first. And to the audience, please open the camera. And for the operator and the documentation, you are welcome to take a picture. One, two, three. One more to audience, please open the camera first. So the documentation division will take a picture first. And we will take the picture in 1, 2, 3. Well, thank you for you all. Before we continue the next agenda, allow us to give appreciation symbol to the full speaker and fifth speaker. For the first, to Miss Serena. You are welcome to come the stage, and the symbolic will be given by Ms. Ida Widyawati SSN as a chairman in Advisory Department of Polkesban Bandung. The stage is yours.
Udah.
Kamu langsung. Terbalik.
Ibu boleh lihat kamera, hitungan 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3. Ibu boleh lihat kamera lagi. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3.
Well, nevertheless, will be give a precious symbol for Miss Srimulyani, and the symbol will give by Miss Dawidyati SSN because sorry, the symbol will be given from Miss Indrayani and to Miss Srimulyani and Miss the stage is yours.
Boleh digeser kurang tengah dikit. Lagi, stop. Oke, hitungan 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3.
Next agenda, allow us to give a precious symbol to Juju, to the operator and documentation. Division, you are welcome to take a picture.
Thank you very much.
Sudah.
Nggak ada plakat.
Udah langsung aja.
Ya langsung kita kota dulu Kak. Udah di SS.
We have arrived at the final agenda. We have following the material delivery and discussion for our institutional speaker. We believe today's discussion will be motivate us as a midwife in the next day. Amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing the event today, there will be a group photo session beforehand. To the audience, please open the camera first. And for the documentation session, you're welcome to take a picture together. And we will take a picture in 1, 2, 3. Before we can close, I'd like to make announcements for participants. First, you need to fulfill the evaluation form. The questions can be viewed at Zoom's room chat. Then, once you read this Zoom room, you will also receive a survey on this presentation. And we would appreciate if you would complete that and provide your feedback. We are also saying thank you for our sponsorship from our conference and our media partner from Infomedia, and International. Alhamdulillah, we have arrived at the end of the event. On behalf of the committee and the midwifery department, we would like to say thank you so much for your active participation today and have a great rest of your day. You are on the next agenda. I'm Sananun Ayan with my partner. Please follow here. Signing off from Profil Polkesban. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.